Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Aha, I forgot to turn my mic on. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay. Well, lots happening as usual. Now, William, you would have been proud of me. I took a short on this NNDM that I just want to pop back underneath 3. Got it in here around 297 and covered on average around 270. Still moving down, but I'm out of it now. And that's the NNDM. Remarkable. There were shorts available. So took that one, William. I don't know if you did. Now, what else is happening? ITRM. Now, to me, this is a real fluffy press release, but I have to let the market tell me what's going to happen. Basically, it's a pre-NDA FDA meeting, not an NDA, not a new drug application meeting. It's a pre-meeting. So anyway, that is the reason for this one is popped up. 13 million, 13.8 million in the float, huge gap up. Have to see what happens, once the market opens. Actually, I was going to mention ADIL. Now, guys, if you were in the room yesterday, and this was a very expensive bike ride that I had, because had I been sticking around, I would have taken this one for sure. But I went on a bike ride, and look what this did at the end of the day. I think I was waiting for about a 220 break, 230 break, and it got 230 all the way up to 401. And I think it closed down here at 296, and it's been drifting down ever since. But it's not shortable for me, so I'd be watching it maybe for a little pop again though, just to see, because it's still over this level that I was thinking it really had to clear. So it's still over that level by a few pennies. CTIC gap up. Now they have a NDA submission. CTIC. I think this has it held. It's always a problem, when I start doing this, my pre-market work. And there is my beautiful, beautiful iPod. Just give me a second here. Problem is when I do there we go. Okay. No, there's my iPod. Again, I'm in at 15.20. Did sell some yesterday at 19.20. But still have some, so I don't know where this is going, but it's an all-time high now. CTEK is popping in now, guys. CTEK is popping in. There is a 200-day moving average, 213, so it's putting a little bit of a challenge. Not shortable for me, so won't be able to pound this one down. CTIC, is it still holding? Yeah, it's not bad. It's still holding. Not a low float. Again, new drug application. Big gap up, of course, and it has room. I mean, look at the monthly chart. Monthly chart, there's resistance right around the area it's at right now, 237. I mean, if it holds, it has a chance to get into this 5 level. NIO. NIO's having a really nice day. At least it was. Yeah, still is. NIO's having a really nice day. Market's coming here. Look at this. Market is putting in a nice green bar now. Now, I don't know if you guys read what NKLA put out. This was basically a statement and strategy and vision. Now, it's fairly long. I read it. Unless I missed something, not one mention of GM. Not one mention. So unless somebody else, I was reading it this morning, and I did not see any mention of GM in their strategy and vision statement, and that was from NKLA this morning. Doesn't mean the deal's off. I just found it a little strange, not even one mention of it. Eaton, ETON. Eaton is a gap up. It's it's kind of holding. Let's see, FDA approval plus a Wainwright upgrade, putting an $18 to $20 price target on it, and that is for ETON. Alna. It's starting to fade now, though. Let's see, it got as high as 2, down to 150. Pretty big percentage drop. $25 million financing. But this CTEK is just ripping here. Absolutely ripping. Let's see. 3-year risk management program. Valley Health System chooses Synergistic for a 3-year risk management program. Low float. Continues to move. Give me a moment here. YJ, is it holding its gap? Yeah, it's holding the gap. It's a fairly low float, 28 million in the float. They said they had their biggest one-day streaming event in history. And that's the deal on YJ. There's some room maybe, if you get lucky, maybe up to the 250 mark. There's what I consider some pretty decent resistance for YJ up here. Tour. Is it holding its gap? So they announced a $10 million buyback program, and it is near the 200-day moving average. Now this one is shortable for me. So it's near the 200-day moving average. It's just kind of stagnant right now, but there it is, 133. It's sitting at 122. Announced a $10 million buyback program. BHTG. Okay, so had a big pop, 182. It has given a lot of that back, 144 now. Say they've got some kind of a disinfectant that the cruisers can use. I think they made a sale to, has shipped to Altapure AP4, of course, so it would be a virus play. And they've shipped it to Sea Dream Yacht Club. Okay, so that's the news for BHTG. Relatively low float. Another one that came in, it was close to the 200-day moving average. And last, JFIN. Let's see, what are they doing? So 406, so it's pulled back a little bit here. I'm trying to see any specific news for JFIN. I cannot see it. Through the 200-day moving average. Has some room, maybe up to the 4 level. You guys can still hear me, right? Just want to make sure of that. You guys can still hear me. Somebody's saying, am I here? Which usually means you can't hear. Okay. Okay, oh, and also got a couple of the interesting IPOs, direct to market. So we have PLTR. A lot of There's a lot of interest in this one, and the other one is ASAN. If you're not familiar with this, think about Spotify. Spotify, that's what they did, direct to market, kind of bypassing all the big investment bankers. So PLTR and ASAN are two of them that are today. All right, I'm going to take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And in keeping with, see if I'm right. Yep, the theme continues, guys, in terms of what these analysts think. Many more upgrades and downgrades still. That's been about 2 weeks now. So let's just take a look at some of the upgrades this morning. Not a huge number, but still probably twice as many as the upgrades, or as the downgrades. Yeah, the goose. All right, the goose got an upgrade. Who did that? Cowan, okay. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Again, not very many. All right, excuse me, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, you'll see it from here. If you click on New from the toolbar and click on the channel bar and click Barry's watch lists, and you'll get these 3 windows plus a couple of charts. Again, remember, everything that you click in a channel bar is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do that. Nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. And you know, the watch list has been performing really, really well. You know, I don't know what's going to happen today, but certainly has been performing very well. XPEV, the other electric vehicle EV play out of China, along with NIO, XPEV. Did they finally do an offering? Well, you know, at least they maximized 6.5 million shares at 13.50. So they're raising almost $90 million. Remember this one from yesterday? APM. What a What a disaster. I think this again, somebody said it hit $30 pre-market yesterday. And they just faded all day badly. Man, Jew, I wish there were. I mean, you can't know until the market opens. I mean, obviously, so some of the ones that move after hours, you just have to check to see what sort of room they have. When I say how much room, don't check the daily, the weekly, the monthly, and just see. I mean, is there still room for them to move without hitting chart resistance? The news, is it news related in terms of is it an earnings play or is it something else? I mean, we can't possibly know if it's going to continue. All we can do is wait for the market to open and see how we can also see how the pre-market is acting. But I think one of the major things though is taking a look at the higher time frames. Is there still room for it to move? No, you're not doing anything wrong. Somebody asked if my watch list is empty. Nothing happens in this window until 9:30. They're repeating. Nothing happens here until 9:45. So you're not doing anything wrong. Now you might want to keep an eye on a couple of the IPOs from yesterday. I'm sorry, a couple of the SPACs from yesterday that announced mergers. NOVS. So there's the high. I have a price alert set at the high. There's NOVS. And also what was it? Where are you? L something or other. LSAC. I'm going to keep an eye on that one also, I think. This one actually is holding a little bit better than the NOVS. It's actually at the high of yesterday, a little bit above the high of yesterday. LSAC. Again, these are a couple of the SPACs from yesterday that made their merger announcements, who they're merging with. This one's on my watch list. I don't know if it'll trigger. Doesn't just because it doesn't trigger doesn't mean you can't watch it, of course. But look at FLWS. I mean, look at the gap. Look at the room it has on that daily chart. So I kept it on the watch list, even though I had a bit of a down day yesterday. I kept it on the watch list. If it takes out 25.91, which was the high of yesterday, and a little bit above the high of the day before, I mean, this has all sorts of room. FLWS. Again, it may not trigger, but it cannot hurt to watch it. The other one I wanted to mention, I think I forgot to mention, was SEAL. It's SEEL. Kind of an interesting pre-market. It got all the way up to 132. There's the 200-day moving average, 95. It broke through that yesterday. I think 120 is an area, if you look at the weekly chart, if it can get through 120, might have a shot to get to the 150 mark. And that's SEEL. Low float, fairly low float, not super low, not for a $1 stock. All right, C-Tech is moving still. Yeah, let's pull back a bit. Well, that's a lot. 270, 284, all the way back down to under 2 or $2.04. That's a big percentage pullback. And you can see it's right now underneath the 200-day moving average. That green line right there, that's the 200-day moving average. So let's see if that holds it down or will it pop through it again. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. With kind of try to let things settle down a little bit. Oh boy, I wish I still had my NNDM short. Wow. William, did you get this short NNDM? No, sir. Wow. Okay. I thought of you. Martin, am I wrong? I thought it was around 750 to $10. It's just the number of shares they're issuing is huge for the Palantir. Am I correct on that? I looked at the number of shares that they're issuing, and yeah, I heard. That's the first price that I saw was 10. Then I thought I saw a 750 somewhere, but it's like 275 million shares offering. So it will take a bunch to move it. But as William or Martin says, okay, thank you. I knew I saw a 750 somewhere. Yeah, it's a direct. Yeah. I don't know how many others have been direct. I mean, obviously, one of the biggest ones was Spotify in terms of a name brand recognition. I'm sure there have been others, but I don't know. Oh, I wish this one had been shortable for me anyway. C Tech. Well, is today the day that I don't know how many people are in this one with me, but the iPod can it get to 20? And can XPav get to 20? I did see Sun W active again. Morning, Michael, or Mikhail, or Mikhail. Try to get that pronunciation right. All right, everybody, the market is going to open in about 30 seconds. Let's have another great trading day today. Remember, always have a stop, always have a stop, always have a stop. CNK is just firing in here. Cinemark, so one of the theaters. Cinemark just popped here. CNK. We're now open. And we have our first stop of our halt of the day, ITRM. We're our first halt of the day. We had a ton of halts yesterday. Okay, there's ITRM again. It is a halt, and boy, this one, this one could be the one, guys, because look at the room it's got. You look left on that weekly chart, so it's halted at 179. Excuse me, a high there is 188. A high there is 219. Depending on what it does coming out of this halt, I'm looking right now. It looks like, well, it's not a big. It's not a big premium so far. Look at NIO, guys. NIO. Look at the volume that came in to NIO. There's a big float. Almost 1 billion shares in the float. And now this one got halted now too. PEC, P-E-C-K. Keep an eye on Sun W. They seem to be linked. PEC and Sun W. Look at the volume. All right, here's a cruiser, NCLH. That's breaking out a little bit, NCLH. I forbid you to short Goose. Now look at NCLH. Now, here's my premise on this one. It probably will fade at some point. So CCL, NCLH. How about the airlines? Why not? I'm sure the airlines are popping too. Yeah, big volume coming in. See, this JFIN still has a little bit of room left. $4. Well, there's CCL. I mean, I have to admit, it is starting to break out. I mean, it may be, super active within the day. It may be sort of a difficult day trade, but they do look like they're trying to break out now. There's American Airlines. Now look at American Airlines, AAL. Has not broken out. Compare that to the cruisers. Has not broken out. How about UAL? Let's take a look at another airline. No. So, yeah, I mean, look at the quite different, Look at remember this pattern down here in the daily chart for the airlines, okay? The airlines seem to look more like this. Keep that in your memory banks. NLCH, take a look at the difference. You know, if NCLH was acting like the airlines, it'd be in this area here, but it is, and CCL, the same thing. You know, if again, the airlines would have been down here. All right, guys. Well, if you have the AI, you know there is your first. Now, ITRM just resumed. Well, RTRM now through 2. There's a 200-day moving average. Okay, that could easily stall, but I'm telling you, if it gets through that, look out. ITRM, relatively low float, 13.8 million in the float. And it's halted again. Ooh, it's halted again, and this is going to be, if the bid-ask remains the same, it's going to blast through that 200-day moving average. If the bid-ask remains the same. Give me a moment, please. The PEC just opened, PECK just opened. So the high yesterday, or sorry, 2 days ago, so that would have been Monday, was 948 for PEC. Takes that out, look left. Yeah, BE is, again, EV play. The high looking left, it doesn't, I don't know if it has that much room. You know, it looks like 18 could kind of stall it. So it doesn't have that much room. Okay, NKLA is on the move. If you, again, I read that, their statement on their strategy and vision, I didn't see one reference to General Motors, GM. Again, not that that absolutely means that that deal is off, but it certainly is not going to close today. It was supposed to, that was the target date for closing. It's definitely not closing today. Yeah, LI Auto. So the China Auto Stocks, NIO. This one. Just looking at ITRM. So not shortable. Boy, 220, 220. That's the, and that is the bid ask right now. 220, 220. There's the 200 days. So if it flies through that, okay, so here are some of the autos. So LI and XPAV. XPAV is not through 20 yet. Daimler. So far, it is, yes. Take that, real. Listen, I'm kidding, real, of course, but so if you have the AI, you know that the goose was a long alert. Now, what's the market doing? So the market is actually market's up quite a bit. No, I haven't. No, I haven't modified it. I mean, you know what? I've really got to pay more attention. Sorry about that. Just give me a second here. Just have to find it. There it is. Sorry about that. But if you have, I mean, if you can have this, it's part of the. You don't need to. If you're just relying on seeing it from my screen, I had the no repeat at 12:30 version on. Hmm. So let's see what did I miss? Well, we already saw the end. Well, we saw them all here first. Well, guys, this one is really shaking off that financing. What was it at? 1350. It's a tremendous financing for them. I think it was 6.5 million shares at 1350. So that's a tremendous financing for them. It's held the financing price. Investors are saying, "Hey, more power to you to be able to raise the money, instead of down here, but way up here, and for I guess all the right reasons." Is Omi doing an offering? 150 million shares. I don't see the price yet for OMI. Wow, MYOV on the way down took out yesterday's low. This was I think this was a short yesterday from the AI. It just didn't work. I mean, it actually popped up, but it's a day early. Excuse me, MYOV. All right, so a couple more minutes to go, or less than a couple of minutes to go. See if we get anything in my watch list up or down. Again, I purposely delay everything for 15 minutes in these two windows. Try to let things settle down just a little bit. Well, JFIN now through. There's that big level for it. It's a low float situation, 11 million in the float. Okay, let me back this weekly chart out and just see what sort of levels are we looking at if it can get through. So it got up to 426. So the next high looking left is about 461. That's far enough away on a percentage basis. Okay, now it's below 4 again. JFIN is below 4. Another one that's halted, MESO, MESO. Well, now this is a news halt, so this, who knows how long this will last. This is a news halt. And you're right, this will be at least, well, let's see, 23 seconds. If it's a 10-minute halt, it'll open 1, 2, 3, now. That's pretty anticlimactic. So it's obviously going to be longer than a 10-minute halt. All right, Elanco Animal Health. Okay, guys, here's another one popping up here. big float. Okay, so it was a little bit longer than a 10-minute halt. Just a few seconds. There's the 200-day, guys, 217, right there. You can see exactly where it's stalling or trying to stall. It did pop immediately on that on the lift up to 240. Not shortable for me, and it's been halted again. Halted because it gapped up and then immediately came crashing. It came right back down. So another halt for ITRM. Disaster reverse split. 1 for 33 reverse split effective yesterday. Continues to cascade down. It's now a 16-cent stock before the split. All right, cannabis had a little lift yesterday. Let me take a look at MJ. There's ACB. Okay, so look at this, guys. There's an interesting little break, maybe. Wow, look at Peck. Boy, so much going on. Look at the ETF for the cannabis sector. Can it start to fill in this area? So Cron now is over, well, yesterday it got up to 515, kind of a choppy looking daily though. Nine? Okay, there you go. So, I mean, it's already dropped almost getting to half. That's the way they used to work. It's just one of the scans I share, TM. You can have it. Just go to the scans tab. It's one of the scans I'm sharing. You just have to find it or click on the room drive icon and then click on scans that I share and download. You'll get all those scans, including the Halts resumes. Okay? Okay, now this could be dangerous, the ITRM now. Okay, so we do have a couple here, UNFI, which was on its way down yesterday. Now, UNFI might be hard to get. Okay. because it was down more than 10% yesterday. So that uptick rule applies today also, even though it's only down 3.5%. All right, well, I was able to get it 15.90, so I've taken this short underneath 15. 16 gets me out. Just go into the orders and cancel. You'll see the orders here and just click, highlight it and cancel it. Command it. You have to have your orders tab. SSSS. I was going to scalp that UNFI. And unfortunately, I got just distracted answering that question. Let's see what happens here. You just have to find it. Okay, click on New, and it's Order Entry, Orders tab. Click on them both. Okay, just click on New, and here are the tabs you have. You don't have it just because you haven't opened it. Okay, guys. So wow, that's a good, just a small loss on the UNFI. Just did not like the way it's trading. I'll look at it again. Got back down to where I shorted it, and then it started moving up again. So I thought, I can always get back in. Let me set my alert down here. Yeah, right around there. All right. All right, so yeah, there is stuff happening here with in the cannabis plays. Of course, this one was just an amazing one, 970 all the way up to 2023. Didn't care what the rest of the sector was doing. AQST on. All right. All right, I'm back in that short. Let's see if this holds underneath 16. Basically exactly where I shorted it before. I was lucky to, I'm surprised I'm getting quick fills. That may not be a good thing. I'm assuming he can hear me, but thanks for answering that, the dreamer. I'm always assuming, guys, when you ask me a question, you can hear me as I give an answer. Well, hey, so far I'm quite wrong on the cruisers. They have not pulled back yet. NCLH. All right, so far from the watch list, nothing is fired and moved higher so far. Remember, it's a watch list, so I'll be sticking an alert. You have to go. You have to go in a market or limit. Sorry, you have to go a limit order bandit. Okay, you cannot go in at the market in the pre, and that's with virtually every brokerage platform. So, okay, so you have to go in as a limit order, not a market order. All right, second time a charm. All right, guys, I did cover some 56. What's the market doing? So this is going counter to the market. Market is mini rip mode here, guys. Meanwhile, look at the snake, SSSS. You're in the tech support area, William. What a what a what a piece of nonsense. As delicately as I can put it, that APM is. Remember, $30 pre-market yesterday. Boy, NNDM. Boy, I wish I had some of that left. That was just would have been an. I mean, it did short this pre-market 292. It covered most at average of about 270. It's continued down. Okay, when Real puts an exclamation mark, we better take a look. V-Ray. I think I'm going to be a little late. I be late. You're right. I'm out, guys. I'm all out of the unfee. I was looking at that underneath 50, popped back up just a little over 50, so I'm completely out of my unfee. Let's see, 51. Okay, so far nothing's really happening on my watch list up. I am going to, even though the market is moving higher, ITRM. I will put an alert right around here, just over 2, it's around 210 or so. Challenge, of course, excuse me, is to get through that 200-day moving average. That's the challenge. Look at NCR. Nice little break for NCR. Now, the only issue again, 2273. I wish that 200-day moving average wasn't right there. I mean, it has room, a little bit of room, 40 cents or so, but I do wish that wasn't there. In fact, of course, this becomes a fade candidate the closer it gets to this 200-day moving average, NCR. Reggie. Okay, okay, this got halted. Probably on the way down, right? No. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the ITRM. I mean, getting through that 217, the area, as Real likes to say. I mean, but there's the data point. There is the 200 day. Can it get through it? Yeah, if I weren't doing this, I'd love to be sports talk radio. Unfin may not be over. Those of you who may be still in it, Unfin may not be over. All right, Alna. Alna, look at Alna. Now, the high in the pre market was 209. What was the news for Alna? $25 million financing. Alna. And it's not a super low float. Wow, look at UNFI. Congratulations, anybody who held it. I mean, the support might be right around here. You know, look at the monthly chart. Oh, sorry, the weekly chart. The low is 1518. Not that I'm aware of. Are you talking about? Are you trading your live account, Bandit? Or are you talking about in the simulator? Okay, well, I wouldn't be using, first of all, I would not be using IB's simulation mode. I mean, use ours. I mean, it's so much easier. Just connect, okay? As far as the other question is, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. You know, I don't understand why you'd be getting a lot of lag. Yeah, again, I don't know if that lag is because. Yeah, I don't know how to help you. You might want to send your when you say a lag. So are the orders getting filled? Now, is it because it's a fast moving stock? So when you say there's a lag, it's because you're not getting a fill where you think you should, but your offset is such that you are getting a fill. Oh, to see the fill. I don't know. I honestly don't know how to help you there. Maybe I'll have to send you to go to the home page and start a live discussion. I think Michael is there. And in fact, today is Wednesday, and so Michael will be okay. Michael will be in the YouTube feed. Do you know how to get to the home page? Well, the only thing is I mean, it's you're talking about a swing. You know, I've been concentrating on these SPACs to swing them. You know, to me, it would have to take out that high right there. Wow. No, definitely too early an exit for me. There's the ITRM guys, but it resumed, it popped, and then it dropped. It's just struggling to get through that 200 day. I mean, look where it got to. 217. I mean, it hit exactly 217, and there's a 200 day. And now it's halted on the way down. So my these are the same feeling I had for the what for the where are you? The ATRI? Oh, I'm sorry, the ADIL. So this is the same feeling I have with the ITRM as I had with the ADIL yesterday. You know, keep an eye on it, and towards the end of the day, you never know. I mean, it's a very low float. Traders get a hold of it again, get it through that 200 day. You look left. I mean, it's got room. You know, I mean, the high. You know, I mean, I'm saying it's going to get there, but I mean, you're talking about the 4 level on that monthly chart right there. So stick. Put your price alert right at the 200 day moving average. The best thing that could happen would be for it to rest for a long time. And then just like yesterday, ADIL, volume, taking it through that level. And who knows, maybe in the last 30 minutes, it just starts to roar. I almost feel like shorting this one, this NCR. Big float, 125 million in the float. All right, so really nothing shaking too much from the AI. The goose was a quick trade. 32.55. There was the alert right there. It did get up to 33.33, so almost a dollar before it fell. All right, so I'm seeing some pretty big bottoming tails for WKHS on the 15-minute chart. WKHS. Look at these bottoming tails. The sellers have been trying, buyers have been trying to prop it up. I think if we get 26.31, just the high right there, this could get it rolling again. Otherwise, you just have to wait and see what happens on that candle. Another, okay, ITRM is out of the halt. Again, a very sketchy looking press release from ITRM. You know, NDAs are one thing. These are new drug applications. You know, they can get accepted. Doesn't mean anything's going to happen in hugely. I mean, usually the day that they announce, a company announces that a new drug application has been accepted, sure, a little bit of excitement. This is a pre-meeting for that. Okay, so I looked at that and I thought, okay, trying to pump any sort of a press release out there. Look at Galt. All right, so I do see that Holly took Duke. Now, just so you know, Duke is, I think this is sort of an unsolicited offer from NEE, and that's the reason for the pop. I guess what I'm trying to say is it may not be dynamic enough. Boy, oh boy, UNFI, how, well, look at this. I mean, if it gets through this area here, I mean, it's not a lifetime low, but what's the low now looking? 1461 on that weekly chart. Somebody was mentioning PLL on the move again. Strange trader after that news that they, I mean, look at this, got up to $54. The news that they signed a deal with Tesla. And that's what propelled that day, yesterday, giving it all up, not all up, but giving a great big portion of it. Trying to come back a little bit. Don't quite trust it. All right, so Workhorse, WKHS, looks like it wants to continue down. They had those bottoming tails, but the sellers are definitely in control right now. Underneath the whole number too, 26. Yeah, man, I wish I could see these crosses earlier. MYOV, there's that beautiful cross down right around here, 1575 for on that 2-minute chart. 80 EMA crossing down below the 20 SMA, right around here, 1576. Yeah, that's that Wanda Sports, right? WSG. I saw that in the pre-market. There's that 200-day. It's kind of why I shied away from it. And I know they had some kind of announcement. It's a China company. Yeah, I can read that announcement. And you be the judge. All right. Well, the market is just steady up. We've had the first hour. We still have 8 minutes for this candle to close, but we've had a steady rise in the first hour for the SPY. Morning, Santosh. Okay, well, maybe that was a short here. V-Ray is on the move. Now, what has it got here? Take a look at the weekly chart. It is 361. That's the high looking left. Now, will that stall it? 361 is the high looking left. It's a big float, 100 million in the float. Well, we have a news tab here, Santosh. So, I mean, we have a news tab here. And I will also look at Interactive Brokers has a news feed. So those are the two areas where I check for news. It's an interesting short, but I don't know how much room it's got. It looks like there's pretty good support at 347 for V-Ray. Let me know how that works, JB. I'll pick your brain later on. All right, MYOV. So again, there is the 200-day moving average for it. 1459. So it still has a little bit of room. MYOV. Wow, I mean, this is just getting kicked. Had the big down day yesterday, but I think, I'm pretty sure that was an AI alert yesterday. Yeah, it was an AI, it didn't work. For whatever reason, it decided to bounce yesterday a little bit. So the AI was a little bit early. Meanwhile, PLL, okay, wow, this is ripping here. Lots of volume coming in. Look at this. Look at the volume coming in. Look at the volume on the 15-minute chart right there. We have another 5 minutes. This will be the biggest volume bar of the day in the 15-minute. MYOV continues. really have to correct your spelling all day, William. Of course he meant V-Ray, guys, not V-R-A-U. He meant V-Ray. Yeah. Looking at V-Ray also, just see how dynamic it is. I mean, I think there's a pretty decent support. You know, getting it now, and if it got down there, it wouldn't be the worst thing. I don't expect much. I know, William, you're probably out of this already. Sure, maybe a little later, if you're gonna hack around, if you're gonna stick around. All right, 10:29. Another exciting morning. All right, first of all, if you are new to this trading room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. So those of you who are following me in the YouTube feed, when you signed in, you should see a lot of links. Those are all the scan links. So in this room, if you click on the Scans tab, here they are. You can also click on the Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download, that'll go to a Word document, and you can copy and paste whatever scan you might like to take a look at. And once you've copied it, then File, Load from Cloud, and it should appear right in here. And then you can load it. Remember, once you've loaded something on your screen and it's something that you want, don't forget to save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to the cloud. Save each individual window that you like to the cloud. And of course, as always, you can take one of my scans and you can modify it. You know, you may have a different idea about the price range, minimum volume. You can of course modify it. But I really, really recommend that you save each individual scan to the, as well as your layout, of course, to the cloud. All right, talk a little bit about our subscriptions. Yeah, I'm sure it is, Grumpy. You're such a character. Well, I always say, why is the room free? Because you got to put up with me just a little bit talking about our program and all. Anyway, you'll notice here, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, but I would click on my home page, okay? There are a lot good links on my home page. So if you click on my home page link, you will see there it is, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas and you'll see exactly how much Trade Ideas costs. So we have 4 plans, a premium annual and a standard annual. The premium $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus that 15%. You're getting premium because you want to have access to the AI. That would be the main reason. There are some other differences, but that is the main reason. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. In fact, you can stay at a monthly plan, for forever if you want. There's our standard monthly. You can try us out for a month. $118, less than 15%. This is not a contract, just month to month. Cancel anytime. $228, less than 15%. And as always, though, if you do want to upgrade from standard to premium or monthly to annual, you can do so, and we will honor that promo code. That link, my homepage link, also has the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right there, delivered to your inbox every Monday morning before the market opens. I do a daily market recap. What's happened in the room, I usually do it around 1:05. And here are all of our training links, okay? Now I'm going to put that one link on its own, the 20 lessons in 20 days. If you are new to Trade Ideas, I would really, really recommend that you watch the 20 lessons, 20 short lessons, okay? It's all text-based. What is a top list, how to build one, alert window, etc., etc. All the basic features of Trade Ideas. If you do not have Trade Ideas, also I would take a look at this because it'll show you, just some of the basic features that we do have. "20 lessons in 20 days, the daily support lessons. So those of you who are looking to use, and I'm going to go over this in a little bit, using Brokerage Plus, and if you have an interactive broker's account, you want to trade your live account using this Brokerage Plus module. Today's the day that you can ask. Michael Noss will be in the YouTube feed between 12 and 1. He is absolutely our expert on B++ IB trading. In the YouTube feed, it's a concurrent feed. So I moderate it from 9 to 12. It's basically they can hear me just like you guys can, see my screen. And then from 12 to 1, one of the other traders takes over. And then I resume from 1 to 3. Here's the free trading room, of course. Daily webinars. Today is Wednesday, so this is the webinar that I help out on. Today's the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. You can sign up for all the webinars right here. They're all free. And they all start at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, Monday to Thursday. And more educational videos right here. So, as I say, on my homepage link, a lot of good stuff for you. Now, I do want to go over the AI. Second here as I rearrange this window. All right. So this is what the AI is all about. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing what we call our 50 baseline strategies. Runs through that optimization procedure. And that's what happened last night once the market closed. And these are the strategies out of the 50 that made the cut, not too many. Had the right profit factor, win percentage combination, different reasons why a strategy makes a cut, but it doesn't really matter why it makes a cut. These are the ones that made the cut. Now, how I would be watching the alerts all day is From the toolbar, I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this will be the window that you see. You will see all of the alerts happening in real time. You know, when the alert happens, it's a real-time alert. There's a stop price, and it's up to you to manage the trades. Again, you don't have to take the trade immediately. You know, if you want to wait and see how it is trading, you know, what is the market doing? Check, you know, quickly to see what sort of support there is on a daily or weekly or monthly chart, or resistance, depending on which direction you're going. So, I mean, it's not absolutely necessary to get in at the penny. So that's the AI, and that's part of our premium service. Now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. SPI on the move. Okay, we'll talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. Only if you use our app, the downloadable application, can you have access to Brokerage Plus. If you're using our web-based version, you do not have access to it. From the toolbar, you click on New and Brokerage Plus. This is your window. Two ways to use it. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can then trade from within Trade Ideas using this Brokerage Plus module. I'm going to give you a video that Michael did. It basically explains everything that you have to know about trading your IB Brokerage Plus with your IB account, Interactive Brokers account. It's the only brokerage platform it works with right now. Okay, so watch that video. You can do things like set up one-click trading, what we call one-click trading, setting up your own buying and shorting parameters, etc. Now, the other way to use Brokerage Plus is as a paper trader simulated trading. You just connect, just check in the connected area, just check to simulated trading. If you are new to trading, I say it every day and I'll say it every day. Before you commit money to the market, your money to the market, please practice trading. It's a great simulator. It's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It is using our real-time data. Very, very simple to use. Click on an alert. Symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you are shorting it, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. So let me take a trade just to show you how you can do it. Boy, look at MYOV sitting right now on top of that 200-day moving average, right on top of it. All right, I'm just thinking, well, you know, this is just a demo, so let me just take a trade. So you can do a few things, okay? So look at LAC as an example. It's sitting at 1193. You can actually do things like put a conditional buy. So if you thought, you know what, I don't want to take it now, but if it pulled back to 1160, I want to take that trade. Okay, and this is how you would do that. Pick how many shares you want. $11.60. Buy it. So you'll see that on the screen now, see that line, that blue line? So if the stock went down to 1160, it would take the trade as a long. Okay, so that's how you can put a conditional buy order underneath the price. You can also do the reverse. Let's just say you thought, you know what, I want to take it if it breaks over 12. So I want to put a conditional buy order of 1206 as an example. It's got to break 12. So let me just cancel. So I'm going to cancel the order. And I'll just do the reverse. I'll take the trade if it gets up to 1208. So I just do the same thing, just get it in both boxes. So now in this case, it'll take the trade at 1208. Now, at this point, you know, if you saw it falling like this, you could always just drop this line to another area on the chart, okay, and it would take the trade. I'm going to leave it right there. And let's take a look at another trade then. Get into one right now. See something that's just maybe a little bit interesting. There's our fades. There we go. Our fades for CCL. I'm sure NCLH did the same thing. Yep, look exactly the same. Oh yeah, so Real is talking about shorting this one. Let's do it. Let's just take this short right now. Now the problem is, you know, I didn't even look, but the problem is that the spread was really terrible. You know, I would not have gone in at the market. I mean, it's working. Now here's how you can get out of the trade. Just flatten. That's a hotkey. But you see, because of the spread, so I would not have done that in like normally. If I wanted to have shorted that one, I would have probably tried to at least using IB. I would have tried to pick a midpoint, but the spread was really bad. Though, in this case, it wouldn't have mattered. In this case, it wouldn't have mattered. Okay, we have an error here. Let me just see something here because, yeah, there's no way I had an $800 gain max. Just let me take a screenshot for developers to see that. Yeah, but even so, it would have had to have popped up to. I mean, even if it got up to 14, and there's the high of the day, 1426. I'm in at 1375. Okay, even 200 shares times that is nowhere near $810. Now, by the way, this I would have liked in the simulator, excuse me, to have held on this, of course, would have been awesome. But really, what I was really trying to do is just to demonstrate how you can use it. Well, Brian, something like this, when you see something like this, I mean, it looks like capitulation. I mean, a stock that goes up so quickly. It was also, above certain channels. And it's just a matter, I mean, when you see something like this happen, you have to start looking at it. And when it starts to drop, the problem I had with it is that the spread, was probably, now it's okay, it's a penny. All right, guys, what time is it now? 10:50. All right, things are now settling down. Okay, look at the NNDM. This is actually the one I shorted in the pre-market, NNDM. Very, very low float, 4 million in the float. So this has traded the float 4 times so far, 17 million shares. By the end of the day, it'll probably be 30, 40 million shares traded. This had a big day yesterday. There's that daily candle from yesterday. So it has come back quite a bit, 236 up to 262. Could be some resistance areas are like here, 280, 283. All right, guys. Visto, VSTO. Wow, keep an eye on this one. VSTO. Look at this break on the daily. Look how much room it's got looking left. Boy, this is a really interesting one. VSTO. It's not a big float, 56 million. Not a huge float, not a low float. Boy, the longer this holds over 20, guys, I mean, just look left. Look left on that daily chart. Look how much room it's got. 20 up to 22. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying, the high of the day is not that far away. Yeah, stick an alert on 2012 and see if it takes it out. The VSTO. All right, guys. I mean, really keep an eye on this Visto. The longer it holds over 20, it did briefly take that out, but VSTO. Did I see? Well, I saw it earlier in KLA. Yeah. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am okay. The Visto is still toying with me here. I almost took this trade. I really do like this one. I'm going to stick my alert again at that level, see if it takes it out, especially if we get some volume. Yeah, volume coming into NKLA. I mean, it's an if you read their strategic vision. All right, there's that Visto again. All right, guys. Keep an eye on this Visto. I mean, the longer this holds, the bid ask 2011, 2014. Probably not. If it was a few days ago, obviously it wasn't good. But remember, I'm just looking at a trade now. But I'm just looking here. I mean, obviously the news wasn't good. NNDM guys on the move here. But with this NNDM, I mean, it gets over, though I think there was some resistance. There's the high, 303. That's pre-market. That's pre-market high. There's where I shorted it in the pre-market. All right, now the SPY is just, I mean, it's resting here. A couple little red bars, but very, very narrow. Oh, it's too bad this APM wasn't available as a short. Ah, lost my linking. Okay, guys, I might have to close down my Brokerage Plus and load it again. For whatever reason, I've lost my linking. Let me see if I can quickly do it, but sometimes by really clicking on a lot of symbols, it reestablishes it. But okay, yeah, sometimes, but I sometimes that works. Yes. There's NNDM guys going. NNDM. Now I'm gonna have to shut down my brokerage account and restart it. I'll do one more. What time is it? Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to put myself on mute. I'm gonna have to restart my Brokerage Plus. Not my Brokerage Plus, but my Interactive Brokers account. So I'm just gonna put myself on mute while I do that. All right, success. Meanwhile, what happened to Visto? All right, well, I'm just going to stubbornly, I'm going to put my alert right at 2017. That is the high for VSTO. I'm just going to put it there. If it happens, it happens. It doesn't, it doesn't. So, well, not looking left. Yeah, it's choppy the previous days here, but I mean, look left now. I mean, there are the highs, 21, 22. That's what I'm looking at right there. Not these days here. You know, I mean, I always say it like this. This candle has wiped out all this. You know, so longer it holds over 20, it can start to maybe attack this area. Moment here. The D-Dog, okay, let's take a look at, I know this is way outside of what I normally would trade, but hey, yeah, well, for one thing, I mean, it looks like it's coming into some resistance on the weekly chart, number one, even if, all right, well, the market is still continuing here. Just looking here, remember at one point these were two little red bars. Now, one thing here is that 8 EMA, there's a 20 SMA. It actually looks like that 8 EMA is trying to curl down a little bit. It's hard to tell, which, you know, in theory then would make this a potential short. I don't know. I mean, now some volume has come in. A little bit of volume has come in to VSTO. But listen, if that EMA, 8 EMA crosses down below that 20 SMA, that will set up a bit of a short here. All right, give me a moment. Well, there's a little pop for BE. Well, it's taken out the highs of right here, and the next high is 1857. I don't know about missing it. I mean, it pulled back, it pulled back. I mean, it's not, right there would have been okay, I guess. I know it was it you mentioning it earlier. No, guys, this is maybe turning into the short. You can just see that orange. If you can just expand this 2 minute chart, you can really see it hopefully now. You see that orange line? See that starting to curl down? You see the blue line starting to curl up? So that's the 8 EMA, and this is the 20 SMA. Theory being that if this 8 EMA crosses below the 20 SMA, that sets up a potential short. And you can just see it's looking like it's trying to. I didn't, but Real did. It's just out of the price range that I like to trade. That's all. D-Dog. What's setting up again is UNFI, UNFI. It's not quite a green bar ignored, but UNFI. Well, guys, I mean, this cross is is looking like it's imminent now for VSTO. I didn't know ITRM was. No, I'm sorry. I'm scroll down. What was the last one? Oh, these are some IPOs, I guess. Okay, so this is acquisition company. So here we're starting to, and they all seem to come in at 10, if you notice. So this is another one of these SPACs that start off as an IPO. This one the same. Yeah, they all seem to start off at $10. Okay, so David, when you logged into the YouTube feed, underneath you should have seen a lot of. Second here, you should have seen a lot of links. All those links are the scans that I'm sharing. It should have looked something like this. Should have seen something like this when you logged in. Okay, and here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay? Okay, guys, had to do it. Took this short here. Here's a little cross right there. You know, very pretty tight stop on the Visto. You know, I was looking to go long, but that little cross right there now. You know, we might get a confirmation on the 5. You see how the 5 is starting to curl? This is coming up. Now I'm probably just going to, first of all, what time is it? 11:23. Yes, I'm probably just going to scalp this one. I mean, looks like there's, you know, some support right here at 1988, almost where it got to. Really? That's a big one. The Steelers game postponed. Wow. Yeah, boy. Look for more then. Graph changed this. 929. Yeah, maybe. It's not trading. I'm just looking, trying to see some news for. So there it is. Velodyne LiDAR, and Graph announced the closing of their business combination. So I don't know what the new symbol is. Will it say the symbol? VLDR. So there you go, guys. VLDR is the new symbol. So VLDR now. An inauspicious debut. Look at the market. Just a minute, please. sorry about that. What I did say, I take it okay, is I'd probably rather have my dog around than you, Grumpy. All right, I'm out of the Visto, guys. I might take a look at it a little bit later, but now I'll take a look at it again if it breaks down through 12. Sorry, through 20. Probably later in your life, maybe. Anyway, it's. Oh, look at lack. So this has just a ton of room. Boy, lack is just, I mean, it's doing way better than the PLL. All right, give me one moment. All right, well now with Visto, my original premise may be back in action. So I still have my alert set up here, 2015 or so for VSTO. It might be, yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at this, the daily chart. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. All right, guys, here's a few earnings plays. I haven't talked about any of the earnings plays today, but here are, see if there's anything. Remember yesterday, had just a great one. Was it ANGO? Yeah, just a great one. I mean, it just basically inched up all day long. ANGO. See if there's anything. No, there's one on the way down. All right, guys, I'm just checking some of the ones that have not triggered on my watch list for whatever reason. Low volume, low relative volume. Seeing now, there's the Kara. Now the Kara came on my watch list yesterday. My bias was shorting it, but it is now above yesterday's high. So I know it's showing up as a long, but my bias is really to short this one. Boy, this one is just getting kicked today. Look at this daily chart for it. It's not an all-time low, but let's take a look on the monthly. So, yeah, I mean, this, wow, I mean, this has got room. 377, the next low looking left on that monthly chart. Let me back the weekly out, see what we have here. 540. This has room, guys. OMP, it wants to keep going down. I mean, it's chased right now in that 15 minute. I mean, you're just chasing it, but this is super weak. Is that what it is? No, I have OMP. I'm not talking OMC. I was talking, or are they the same? You meant OMP. Okay. Could. It could. I haven't seen this one for a while. Big. Okay. Ah! If I missed it. Nice volume that came in to Visto. Nice bit of volume. Okay. You know what I'm saying the okay about. Patience, patience, patience. Man, oh man. Whew. Look at Galt. I mean, Galt has maybe some support around 260. Yeah, no, I've got no bias. Okay, I've taken some out. You know, I mean, I'm not 100%, you know, because it is kind of choppy, but I have taken some out now of the Visto. Give me a moment here. What time is it? 11:41. Okay, so in about 15 minutes I'll be taking my break. I do want to, for those of you who are interested in using Brokerage Plus to trade, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, I would recommend that you go to YouTube, to our YouTube feed, for between 12 and 1. You can ask Michael all sorts of questions. Okay, he is our absolute expert when it comes to using Interactive Brokers and Brokerage Plus to trade. And that's the video. Okay, so he'll be there at noon. Boy, lack. It just keeps ringing in my ear over and over again. Okay, come on, my little iPod. Like this, love to see it get to 20 or something. Nice call on the AXTI. Somebody mentioned that one just a little while ago. AXTI on the move. Big one from yesterday, taking all this out now. Look at these topping tails. Ah, now you remember a long time ago. Remember I put in a conditional buy order for LAC right at 1209? Remember I put that in the chart if you were here earlier? And so that's why it took the trade. It was a conditional buy and it took the trade. Wow. Is this shortable? It is shortable. It looks like it's getting pretty extended here. Look at this on the 15. Red bar. Yeah, that's actually a red bar ignored right there too. Red bar ignored, trend up. That red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle moves above the high of that red candle. Trend continues. I'm going to flatten that trade. Okay, now we're going to see. How good my exit was. I'm going to be able to tell distance from the exit price. If this turns into a huge positive number, it means I exited. Maybe my exit wasn't great, but right now I'm 4 cents under where I exited. All right, NNDM. So what are some of these doing here? I'm surprised the fee. You'd have to call them, okay, Brian. It just they're going to charge you, but it looks like it's almost a wash. 4166 4183. It looks like it's a wash. You know, to get a real explanation, you should probably go to their website. I don't want to steer you wrong. I've never even looked at those fees ever. Usually it's when shorts are, tough to come by. But 183,000 right there. So I would rather you go to their website and it'll be there somewhere. In all the years I've shorted, it's never entered my mind what those rates are. It's never, because when I check to see what my nets are, it's never really been an issue. Guys, there's NNDM. Boy, this could. What's the next high looking left on that weekly chart? Is 305. It's right there. Sorry, that's not correct. 331. The next high looking left on the weekly chart. It's never entered my mind, Brian, to be honest. I mean, it's really, really, it only really if I get into a trade and I get out and I look at what my hopefully my gain is, I'm never thinking, man, what happened? Never. Usually, it only comes into effect when you're trying to short something that is in very, very, short supply or. Yeah, I mean, Brian, you should even go to Google and you just type that. I mean, I'm seeing there's all sorts of information there. Typically, though, of course, you close your position by the end of the day, nothing really happens. Anyway, I would easier way just to go Google and you have all sorts of explanations there. No insights. No, I mean, it's been Is it open yet? Not yet. Okay. I mean, it's been anticipated, eagerly awaited. Lots and lots of shares, though. 35 million shares. So, if it opens at 10, it'll be interesting to see how it trades with that many shares. I think it's 10. I believe it is 10. How about the other one, ASAN? Did that open yet? ASAN, that's the other direct to market. So that hasn't opened yet either. Man, lack is well. Again, it's another one that's direct to market. You know, here's the deal, and you know they've engaged Morgan Stanley, et cetera, but there be no book building, work management platform that helps teams orchestrate work. Price range 21 to 21. 21. How many shares? Boy, look at lack. Just a ripping here. All right, guys, so I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. I think he said he's going to be closer to noon today. Sometimes he shows up a little bit earlier, but I think today he's going to be closer to noon. Just waiting for him to pop into the YouTube feed. I will put my message in now. I'm still here until he shows up, but so again, I encourage anybody who wants to use Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers to trade, please go to YouTube between 12 and 1. Michael is there. He is the expert. Okay? All right, can Viso take out that 50 cents? That's all I'm really kind of waiting on here. I can put it right here. Okay, so that YouTube link, that's the link to get into the YouTube feed, okay? And so he'll be there between 12 and 1. I come back into this room at 12:30. I'm just waiting for him to show up. Well, here's the other one just getting devastated. MYOV through the 200-day, 1460, just a little bit below the 200-day moving average now. Look underneath MYOV. Not a lot of support until you get down to 1230 or so. There's another couple of dollars. This is just sinkage. Really? No, no, but you fill it out.
All right, guys. Let me know if you can hear me here. And you should be able to see my screen if I did that right. I just checked and I can hear myself back in my own ears, which is a good thing. All right. See and hear. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, guys. So again, if you're new here, this is where we give Barry some much needed time off to grab some lunch, stretch his legs, and we open up the chat to questions. So any question that you have about trading or trade ideas or anything like that, we've got a whole hour here just to answer kind of whatever it is you want, which I think is great. It's not something a lot of companies do. I wish more did, where you could just kind of stop by and say, hey, I'm having trouble with this. And someone will say, well, here, look at this and do this. So see, the account number to your brokerage is missing, though. Oh, let me get that for you. I'll get you my username and password and social security number and all those things. Again, we are connected to the sim here. Obviously shutting down all the things on the cool things I'm working on that I can't share with you guys yet. And if you don't know who I am, my name is Michael Noss Bonpara on Twitter and YouTube and all of that. I do a lot of the kind of quantitative side of stuff that you see on Trade Ideas, like the back testing and the statistical analysis and the AI and that kind of stuff and things. So again, questions are fantastic. Note that everyone that you see here does something with trade ideas and is a trader themselves, so they're focused on different things all the time. So when we get here, we may not have as much prepared as we would like. So the more questions we get, the less waffling on about random nonsense you'll hear me do, which is probably good for everyone. So the first question here, can I go over the AI trade modes? So firstly, these are gone over in our Brokerage Plus setup video, but if you're not auto trading them, you may not have watched this. But I always like to paste this, and I think Barry does a pretty good job of spamming you guys with this as well. But let's just go over them now with the charts and everything, so everything will make sense. So let's just open up. Let's go new and AI strategies window. And you can see here are some of the trades from today. So let's take a look at an example. Let's look at this one, this guy here for an example. So there's three modes to think of, right? The first one we call conservative mode. So what that will do is if you take the entry that Holly recommends, you set your stop where Holly recommends. So for this example, let me get my pen here. Everything's always better when I can draw on the screen. So for example, the entry here was 276 and the stop is 236 right here and here. Right? Now, in conservative mode, what you do is essentially you will exit when Holly exits on a call it a trailing stop algo. We have these advanced kind of trailing stop metrics. So it will say something like, hey, say this thing runs a little bit and then pulls back and then it exits here. So that'd be conservative mode, saying, okay, I'm going to take the entry, I'm going to take the exits, and all of that is going to be fine. I see someone saying can't hear me. If you could confirm with him whether or not you can actually hear me, that'd be great. So that's conservative mode. You take the entry, you take the stop loss, you take the exit as that early exit as things happen, right? And then there is moderate mode. And moderate mode is essentially you take the entry, which would be right here, and you set the stop right here, and then you leave the trade until the end of the day or until the stop is triggered, right? So let me continue with the explanation, and I'll go into that rant. Now, you mentioned here best of conservative and moderate. And basically all that will do is it will take whichever is working best at that time. So say conservative mode is outperforming moderate mode in this market. What that will do is that will say, okay, the next trade that comes through, it will not modify current existing trades, but it will say the next trade that comes through, I'm going to take that with this in mind. So the next trade that will launch, if conservative's outperforming, will be launched in conservative mode. And then say later on in the day, moderate's outperforming, the next trade that launches uses the moderate mode. Now there's also aggressive mode, but we don't allow that in Brokerage Plus. And the reason, because aggressive mode is no stop losses. And we don't want the ability for people to automate that. So if you want to simulate aggressive mode, you just have to go through and cancel your stop losses. I really wouldn't recommend that. It's one of those things that it will work 95% of the time. And then one time, if you're not there and watching it, it could be bad. Now, if you're there watching it all day and you have your own exit parameters you want to use, then that's what aggressive mode is there to track, is what if you managed the exits entirely. So it talked about, you're saying you can see what are the trailing stop parameters, can you modify them? You cannot. If you want to modify the stops, I suggest trading in moderate mode, and I actually suggest trading in moderate mode anyway. What we've noticed over time is where conservative modes P&L is more kind of stable, I guess you could call it, kind of like this with the swings, and moderate modes maybe a little bit more like this. Over time, moderate mode outperforms conservative mode because it doesn't have things like profit targets in which it can, you can get on that trend and you can stay on that trend. So for example, if this NNDM, came up like this and then pulled back a bit and then, up a bit and pulled back a bit, conservative mode would probably be out. But say at the end of the day, the thing ran until 4. Well, moderate mode would still be in. So what you get basically what you see is that the win rate in moderate mode's way lower, but the overall profit is way higher. And again, it has to do a lot with your particular kind of trading strategy as well. So, and then the other question is, when does moderate mode exit moderate mode exits on the stop loss or the end of the day. So what I personally suggest for people who can watch it all day is launch them in moderate mode, and then what you'll get is these stops here. So for example, this is a trade IMIX that was taken by Holly. I actually took it a bit later. You can see the sell here, and this is the demo mode. I'm a little bit lower. I think I'm here in my real account. When I stream for you guys, I like to take some of the trades I have in this demo mode so I can kind of keep an eye to see if there's a movement. And I did that because Holly recommended a short. You can see it broke this support and it came back up and it's starting to test the support. So I'm going to start shorting in this area here. So let's put out a stop and let's just start it at, say, $15, for example. What I do when I auto trade Holly is I auto trade her in moderate mode, and then I move the stop like this myself. So I come up with my own trailing stop parameters, call that, it could be a moving average. Sometimes I use a bar by bar type stop. So what I'll do is I'll basically every 15 minutes or so go over and look at those trades and just adjust all of the stops for everything that I have myself. So that's kind of what I suggest, right? Again, so the best of, we'll say, and don't worry, guys, I'll scroll back to the other questions once we're done this Holly conversation, but the best of, again, is if moderate mode. So for example, if you look over here, conservative mode is moving best right here. So if Holly makes another additional trade today, then that trade would be taken in conservative mode if you have that option selected. Again, it will not modify current existing trades. It will just be the next trade. Now, IMXI, I am taking because Holly suggested, but I'm not taking with Holly. So Holly actually called the short right in this area. And I watched it do this, and I was actually looking to see if I could take a breakdown here. It didn't. It ramped up. I just think there's probably some resistance in this area, so I took the short there. So there we go. Again, you would tell that by whether or not it has a what the time stop is and if there's a profit target. So you just go into your Brokerage Plus account or your Trade Ideas account and look to see if it has an exit at the end of the day or an exit earlier. Right, so yeah, you can look at the orders and kind of see what's going on. But just note that if it was conservative before it launched the trade, it would be in conservative mode. Again, I think the power of Holly is finding the setups, and I think where humans still play a good role is to modify them. So again, let me know if you have anything else. I'm just going to scroll back up for a second and ask the other ones. Am I auto trading any alert windows? I auto trade from Calvin. I auto trade primarily. I very rarely take manual trades anymore. Whether I do that through fully automated strategies or symbol-less strategies, which I like to call them, is all dependent on kind of what I'm looking at in the market that time. But I'm always auto trading all the time. We've got a question here, Mike. I'm continuing missing the start of a trend up. By the time I'm catching them, they've already towards the top. Any ideas how I can change the alert at the beginning point? You're asking the $8 million question there. If anyone knew how to catch a stock when it's about to start trending, with good consistency, they would be the richest human being on the face of the planet, kind of thing. What I would say is an easier job to do is to, instead of trying to catch the beginning of the trend, is just try to catch a trend that's already established. I think is an easier way to do it. Now, you can set certain filters, like I don't want the stock to have moved a certain distance, right? And there's a couple ways to do that. So let's open a new alert window here. And we could say, for example, change in, right? And maybe you want to cap this depending on your time frame, your setup. I don't know any of these things, but you could say, for example, I don't want it to have gone up more than 2% in the last 60 minutes because I consider that overextended. Right? You can cut off instruments that do that. You can do it with also consecutive. I have on a lot of my scans basically saying I don't want the stock up a certain amount of consecutive candles. So for example, if I'm entering a swing trade, I don't want the stock up like 8 60-minute candles in a row because I'm probably trying to buy something there that's going to pull back. So you could also use a consecutive candles type of thing. If you're worried that you're always picking tops of trends, you could also adapt whatever strategy you have into a pullback strategy. I don't think finding the bottom of the trend is the solution, but finding pullbacks in that trend are a good way to do them. So for example, IMIX here, assuming I'm right, I definitely could be wrong on this one, but I didn't get the beginning of this downtrend, right? I didn't get it here at the top, the beginning of this downtrend, but what I waited for was a downtrend and then a pullback, and then I shorted into that pullback. Again, don't know whether or not I'm right on this one, but that is another way. So those are kind of the three major ways I would say of avoiding top picking, right? Make sure the stock hasn't moved a certain amount. Also pullback. Pullback trading, to be honest, is something that I really wish I was better at, and is a very, very useful skill to have. Like if I could be any kind of trader, if they said, hey, Mike, you get to reinvent yourself from the ground up and start learning from scratch. When did I start trading again? 18. You're 18 again. Maybe a little later. No, I could drink then. 19 must be. And you're going to learn to trade. And you're going to trade for the rest of your life. What skill do you want to master? I really think pullback trading would be that skill. It's harder, I find, though, because it's not as defined. But again, those are the only ways you can do it. Trying to find stuff when it starts a trend. Again, if you ever figure that out, don't forget me, kind of thing. So I just find stocks that just haven't moved a great distance in a great period of time. So like a lot of these are all of the strategies or the stocks that I'm watching at right now on my liked list here, which you get just by clicking this button if you don't know. And you'll see most of these are making this kind of rounded bottom type feature. Like I'm interested in GNUS if it gets over this area. But if it had gone 5-6 candles in a row to get here, I wouldn't be as interested. Tupperware I just have on here for the same reasons, right? You can see I was actually long Tupperware right here and annoyed because I exited right here. Right, I missed all this, but as we're pulling back, if we pull back into this area, it may be good for another buy. So just remember the whole prior support becomes resistance sometimes, and prior resistance becomes support type of thing. Keeping an eye on this one. If we break under this doji on my live account, I may add and then lower my stop here as well. That's another question from, and if I missed a question up there, let me know for sure. We've got 45 minutes, so we got all the time in the world to get to any questions you have. Your own strategies, you build and then compose a symbol list, go with those alert. Did I hear you right? So I have two ways that I auto trade, Calvin. One is just using the pure statistics, right? It's taking and before people ask, no, I cannot share this one. It's got all kinds of customs in it, and it's something that may just work its way to its AI. So one of them is just building a strategy like this. It's just back tests well, and then kind of letting the system find everything about the strategy, right? It finds the symbol, it finds the stop loss, it finds all of these things, and it just takes care of them for you. Right, just completely and utterly automated. The other way that I auto trade, and the way I'm actually liking more the more I do it, is by, for example, using symbol lists. So you could, for example, take any scan that you build and put that into a symbol list and then have that symbol list traded for you. So, for example, this is something I've been experimenting with, gaps for a while, in which I will look at the gaps in the morning, and this is actually a trade I took today, and I add this list. So this top list that you see right here in the bottom right hand corner there's nothing in this top list. There's no filters at all, but it's only looking at my symbol list, gap up, gap down. So what I did is I used my pre-market layout this morning to find a couple symbols that were interested to me. I added those to either a gap up or a gap down symbol list. And I'll show you here. Again, this is just testing for now. And then from there, I go through and I add those symbol lists to an alert window. For example, this alert window is just a cross below support really close to the low end of its pre-market range. And this is for the ones that I'm looking to short. But it is only looking at that gap down symbol list. So for example, when MU came through this morning in this area right here as it broke its pre-market low, the system took a short on it for me. It put the stop at the high of the day here. I was out pretty quickly because these are just gap scalps, and away you go. So that's the two ways that I do it. One is by building the complete setup, building the whole thing, the stop, the trigger, the entry, the target, the whole thing is built in. And the other is just by adding my own symbols to these little entry algos and saying, hey, I want to create the watch list. I want the robot to watch for whatever my setup is, an opening range break, a moving average crossover, whatever your system is, but it's going to do them on my symbols. So those are the two ways that I trade personally. I kind of like the symbolist traders for most people who aren't as insane about math as I am. So you might want to look into that. I'm planning on making a video of that soon on my YouTube channel where I can describe it a little bit better. And again, if you don't know, I have a small little YouTube channel with 2 followers over there. Mike, how to trade pullback in day trading. So again, really loaded kind of question there, but how I like to do them is the same as I'm doing with this IMMX. So this was described to me by a trading course I took maybe like 10 years ago. Website doesn't exist anymore. I don't think the guy trades or he doesn't educate anymore. Maybe just went back to trading for a living. And he called this setup the 2-timing bastard. I always liked the terminology. And this is the way he described it. So you've got your house, right? And you've got, a husband who is building up pent-up energy inside of the house. He's bouncing between the walls, and he can't, he's can't go out. He wants to go out one more time, drinking with the boys, and he's upset. And he's just building up this energy. The wife says, listen, if you leave, don't come back, right? I'm not interested anymore. So, consider the wife kind of the energy keeping the guy inside the house. So the guy goes out and says, listen, I'm going to go party and, drink and go to the clubs and do whatever. And then he comes back later that night and the locks are changed. So this energy, the wife that was keeping him inside, is now keeping him outside. So what the technical pattern, I like analogies because they help stick in my mind, but what the technical pattern is a break out of a consolidation or out of a resistance point and a comeback to test that area. And then if that works, away we go from there, right? So This is kind of the best way, I would say, if you're looking to trade pullbacks. And if you look at it, it's kind of the same theory that I'm doing here on IMMX, right? We've had all of this kind of congestion area happen through here, right? So consider this, right? The man popping around the house. We had a clear break of that this morning, a comeback to retest it, and now it looks like it's rolling down to fail. The beauty of this setup is I kind of know exactly where I'm wrong. If the guy gets kind of back inside the house here, then I'm wrong. If it pulls down here and goes back, then I picked a really good price. And for me, I'm the kind of trader, if anyone's followed me for any length of time, you know this, I don't care about win rate. I don't care if my win rate is 10%. I don't care if my win rate is 20%, right? I don't feed myself with win rate. I feed myself with trading profits. So if I generate those through a small win rate and a large risk reward, or a large risk reward and a small win rate, I still eat food. So every setup I look for is something like this, where you can see here is my paper trading entry with you guys. But again, I told you earlier, my live entry is a little lower. I think I'm in the 45s, 44s. No, I'm in profit now. So let me look. 47. So I'm 5 cents lower than here. And my stop loss is just going to be right over this area. So I'm risking this, right? And I have the potential to make, say it goes back to 14 bucks, I have the potential to make this, right? So I'm risking this to potentially make this, right? And that's the way I look at trading. Again, personally, these are all kind of my own things. While we were rambling there, we saw DUK actually came in, pull back long from the AI. So that's an interesting one. I like the look of that. Stop makes sense. All of that. I'd be interested in back testing. How do you screen the results? You set up a screen for dollars, stocks, wiggle, etc. Well, again, so back testing starts with whatever your written and tested trading plan is, right? If you don't have a written and tested trading plan, then you don't have anything to back test. So that's what your back test should start with. It shouldn't start by trying to figure out a trading system through data. And the reason I say that is because if that worked, then the people who would have the best trading systems wouldn't be traders. They would be MIT grads and IBM's Watson and all of these things. If you could break the market with just pure back testing and quantitative power, it would have been broken, right? Which is one thing that we do here at Trade Ideas, where everything is built kind of by traders for traders. Every one of Holly's algos is a trader within Trade Ideas, or someone that I have, went out and had a beer with back when we could travel. And I say, what do you do? And the person tells me, and then I try to model that into the system. So it starts with a trading philosophy. There's just too many at this point, even still, combinations and permutations. And even if you could solve it with math, you have the problem of curve fitting and over optimization and things like this. So start with whatever your manual trading strategy is. And another way to put it is that you wouldn't take someone who couldn't drive and give them a Tesla and say this thing will drive for you, right? You have to understand the mechanics and the reasons things move. Once you have that, then you model that into a system, not the other way around. Yeah, I just see the suggestion to do a video for sure. And it is something that I'm doing a lot more of, the symbolist trading. I do it with day trading and swing trading alike, where I will make these lists, and then let me actually see if I can do this. Right here. Jeez. Long day already. Configure. So if we take a look at this alert window that's being auto-traded. Uh-oh. Did my internet break? No, my internet looks fine. Let me just reset. Oh, I'm on the test server. That's going to be the problem. Sorry, guys. I live in different trade ideas universes as you guys, so I get my own servers, but I think they give my servers lower priorities than everyone else's servers, kind of thing. But anyway, so when you auto trade, you have to auto trade an alert window, right? That's just the way the system's set up because it needs that trigger event in which to auto trade. So I created a simple alert window that says I want things that are crossing below support, and I want those things to be very in the very low end of the pre-market range, and I want it to look at symbol lists, these ones, these gap up and gap down, and that's it, right? In fact, this one should probably actually only look at gap down, and this other one should only look at gap up. Change this as I am talking about it, right? So I make these symbol lists and I say, tell me when this symbol list, this one is, tell me when this particular symbol list prints a symbol from in this strategy. So I create a little entry algo. It says it has to break support, and that support has to be broken near the pre-market range. So ADIL I had on this morning. You can see this one didn't work out too well. I ended up taking a flat on this because what I do is each morning I go through and I scan. Let's actually just go right to the layout. I go to this pre-market layout right here. And in this pre-market layout, I'm scanning in the morning. I'm going through and actually something messed up here. I'm sorry, guys. It's this one. There we go. I made some changes. So in the morning, I'm going through and I'm scanning all of these stocks. And I'm saying, okay, which ones are putting in a good pre-market base? What's the news on them? All of the things that normal traders do when they're getting ready for the open. Right? And then, so say, for example, I like this one. I'll just go right-click, send to symbol lists, and you see I have gap up and gap down here. So I would add this to the gap down list, right? And then that's actually what's updating over here as well, is just this gap list right here. So I'm just going through and I'm adding things to either the gap up or the gap down list, depending on what news stories I like, where on the daily chart do I like them, things like this. And then DM, do I like this pre-market range? Do I like how it's opening? Do I like the news? Do I like whatever, right? I can just add these here. And then from here, when I go to, I don't know what happened to my, I think it's because I didn't save. I got to redo my channel bar. Something messed up on my channel bar. So when I go to my other channel right here, all I have to do is then watch this symbol or this window, because if those things are created, like this, for example, right here at 1994, so this I'm actually in, not at the best price, came down here, it bought some, put the stop right here, it pulled back, it looks like it's pushing back up. I actually added a little bit a second ago while you guys weren't looking, and then I've got my stop up below this area. But this initial trade and the stop loss was entered for me because I set that up in the system. So it's a way to basically, the long and short of it is what you're doing is you're going to trade ideas and you're saying, hey, I like when the gappers that I watch break pre-market high or low, or an opening range break, or a red to green play, or whatever that intraday setup is, but it's doing it based off of my list. It's doing it based off of what I'm looking for, as opposed to letting the system find the stocks. So these are the things that I added to the list this morning. So everything in this top list right here at the bottom were the things that I was watching this morning. So I was watching Eton to actually break the lows of support here. And it did, broke the pre-market low and sold off a bit. I got out a little bit in through here. Again, I'm just testing this to be perfectly transparent. This one never triggered, but I was looking for this one to break pre-market lows. Would have happened here, bounced back up, continued. Baba, I was waiting for Baba to break pre-market highs. This one did trigger, and you can just see that was a great one. So, you're getting the idea here. MU, same type of thing we talked about, right? So basically what I'm doing, because trading right now, and this is kind of, you guys are looking into my brain here, which I don't think is probably a good thing. It's probably why the viewership numbers are shrinking. But intraday trading requires two skills, right? Skill one is what stocks to trade. What stocks do I think are going to move? Why do I think they're going to move? What's the catalyst? How does the daily chart look like? What's the news? Things like this. That's skill one. Skill two is developing an intraday setup in which it's going to take the best advantage of that research that you've done. So, for example, MU, right? MU gap down this morning. There's bad news. I looked at it and I said, look, overnight it sold off and it based here. And this morning it based here as well. I think if it breaks this base, then it's gonna sell. We're gonna get an opening drive down. But I don't want to have to watch all of these symbols that you guys see here. So, and I realize where my strengths are. My strengths, Barry's very good at that second part of trading, that on the fly analysis of what the chart's looking like and what he's going to do in that moment. That's not me. You can probably even tell by hearing me speak. I'm more of a slow analytical thinker, so I need time to do that. Then I'm just going to let the robot do the intraday watching. So it's one of those you want to play to your strength type of thing. Now, if you're someone who has you have no idea what stocks to trade, then that's where doing it the other way around is good. Where what you'll do is you'll have your own execution setups, but you'll let the system find symbols for you. You can see IMIX. I did get a ad on, like I was talking about, when it broke down this area, so that's good. You can see the profit here. Again, this is the demo account, but it's closely to the other one. And it's one of those things where currently, you're talking right above this area, I'd be back out. So very tight risk now. Any chance you ever go live pre-market and let us watch your process? Actually, WC, I just got approved on my own channel, which I posted above, but I'll post again because I'm a shameless sellout. I've got approved now for all of the advanced YouTube stuff. So streaming and monetization and members. I don't even know what a member is, but I think people can become members to my channel and get exclusive content. And I need to research all this. But yes, I am now big enough that YouTube notices me as a human. So I'm planning on doing more live streaming and things like that, where I'll just pop on my channel and say, hey, this is what I'm looking at, or this is what I'm thinking, things like that. But it's one of those that I'm a nerd, right? I've got a whiteboard behind me. I'm always doing math equations all day. I bet you watching me would be an incredibly boring experience. Whereas Barry's, looking at what's in the move kind of thing. But yeah, so that's the way I auto trade. And again, the other way of just the back testing and everything, that's good too. But I do think there is an area for humans when it comes to kind of things like content and nuance and reading news and understanding macro events and things like this. Like, for example, I'm excited as a Canadian for when your guys' election is over and there'll be actually something in the news cycle that's not just that. And the ability to read and interpret that news and come up with maybe a bullish or bearish bias based off that, and then add that to a list and have the robot watch it and trade it for you, that seems like a great setup for more fundamental and news-based traders. So Again, it's to each your own type of thing, but you got to understand that if you're getting a robot to do it, your execution is going to be subpar compared to someone who's actually in there pushing the buttons. I just noticed that I'm not that guy. I'm not. I did it, and I was for a while, but I always felt like I was forcing myself when I was trading prop. Again, if you guys don't know, I started trading at old school prop firms where I was doing 200 250 trades a day myself by hand. From there, I worked in the hedge fund space for a while, and then started to trade on my own. And again, I do it mostly swing trading now, but very kind of slow, as you guys are seeing, right? This IX trade is probably a pretty perfect example of what 8-day trade for me would look like. It's a very slow, I found my level, I'm going to wait for my level, I'm either going to get filled or I'm not type of play. And let me quickly, I am just covering, actually let me just, and I'll do it all here for you guys too. So here's the time where what I would do is I'd take, don't let Dave Mabe see me, he hates this, but I would take a small amount of the position off, just to pay myself a little bit of money on the play. And then my stop now will be break even, and I'll keep most of the position, and it will be the same kind of thing. If we get into the teens here, I'll probably take another bit off, maybe another bit right before 14, and then hold that last little bit for a runner. So again, we were risking this, right? This bit here. My plan was this horizontal line I drew in through here. This was going to be the out. So we were risking that, and so far we are already up more than that. If we get to 14, we're up many times more than that. If we get to the low of the day, we're up like 5 times more than that. And so the way I look at it is I only need to be right a very small percentage of the time for trades like this to be able to kind of go from there. But that's the beauty of trading, and the beauty of trade ideas, I think, is that the ability to, I don't think anything is an excuse for learning how to trade, but the fact that you can find out what your problem is, I guess, for lack of a better term, what is your issue? What is the thing that you think you are worst on in trading, and use trade ideas to remove that. So for example, if you find that you're in stocks that don't go anywhere, well, you can use trade ideas to say build a watch list or build a scanner for high volume stocks, right? I'll go back to the wiggle. I do not use wiggle. For anyone who doesn't know what Calvin is talking about here, there is a box here when you back test that's just called wiggle right here. I don't use it. Wiggle is a number in which people apply, in which trade ideas made many, 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 many years ago to add to stop price to make sure that the stop was a little bit more adaptive when it comes to the volatility of the stock, that it would have a lower stop for a lower volatility instrument and a higher, wider stop for a higher volatility instrument. I don't use it simply because it's an uncapped number, which means that in theory could be unlimited. And I am all about, I don't care about win rate, as I mentioned. I am all about risk reward. Everything I do in trading is focused on risk reward. So I don't like to use that. How I adapt my trading to my back testing to make sure that the stop makes sense is I always apply my stop to the chart. So for example, I like to use the above low right here, where if you back test this, and this is just a random thing, this is going to turn out to be awful, but if you put above low as a filter, what it's going to do is it's going to put the stop at the low of the day. So that makes sense to me because If it's a volatile stock, that's obviously going to be a larger number than if it's a non-volatile stock, right? So if I go in and I look at this one and I just click on one at random, it should show that the let's do one for yesterday just so I can see it. But all of these, the stop will be at the low of the day, right? So here's the buy. If you can't see, it might be a little small. Here was the buy, and then the stop right at the low of the day. So these are called filter stops, and they're covered in the video, the Brokerage Plus setup video. So let me give you that as well. I go through them kind of slowly in detail, but you can build your own filters and you can have those as a stop. So like, filters that adapt with price. One would be, a good example would be average true range. You could say, for example, I'm going to buy, my algo is going to risk half of whatever the average true range of the stock is. That's a good way to have your stop loss adapt, because if the average true range is high, then half of that number will still be high. And if the average true range is low, then half of that number will be low. While I'm self-plugging myself, just wait. Brad or Dan's going to watch me. Like, am I really paying this guy to just plug his channel all day? So I did this video a while ago called Relativity in Trading. And essentially what I go over is the topic of the fact that I don't like dollar amounts or percentage amounts for stop losses, profit targets, even measuring things like gaps. Because if you say, I want to risk 1% of the value of the stock, okay, on a $30 stock, that's 30 cents. That probably makes sense. On $100 stocks, it's $1. That still probably makes sense. On a $1 stock, that's 1 cent and doesn't make sense and will never work, right? You'll get stopped out on every single trade you put in, and a lot of trades will just not work because the stop is too close. And same on dollars. If I say I want to risk $1 on any given name, right? Well, risking $1 on a $1 stock doesn't make a lot of sense. But at least it's a wide enough stop that it's theoretically logical. But if you say I'm going to risk $1 on Amazon, right? I'm going to buy this here and I'm going to risk $1, right? Let's try to do $1 on this 2-minute chart, right? It's like, right. Oh no, we missed it. It's right there, right? It's an infinitesimally small amount. So what I like to use is relative filters, and that's what that video goes over. So, I want to risk a percentage of ATR or a percentage of 5-day range or a percentage of this because it adapts as the instrument adapts. And so again, long-winded explanation for your wiggle question. That's how I use stop losses, where they're all just, they all change based off of whatever the instrument is. Because if I just go through this top list right here, you're going to see, for here, if this was a swing trade, your stop would have to be, $2 away. That's a huge percentage for a 15-cent stock, or $50 stock, but it's a volatile stock. It's been moving a lot. For GEVO, the stop would go 20 cents away, right? So having it adapt in some way is very important. I'm watching this on my other chart. Looks like we may be moving a little lower again. Again, the next exit is going to be in the teens or break even, right? To the point where I've put some money in my pocket. I won't lose anything on the rest. Dave Mabe is probably crying if he's hearing this somewhere, but it allows me, I know it's not mathematically the right thing to do, but it's psychologically the right thing to do, which I think is more important. All right, guys, we got another 10, 12 minutes. Questions any of them. I like that the questions usually turn into pretty good discussion here. It's good to at least virtually see some humans and get the hell away from the math that I'm always running on the trade ideas end for a while. Dog just hit his head in the bottom of my desk and he's mad about it. What's going? I haven't even really been watching the SPY today. I know it was rocketing earlier. So I guess to the gentleman's question about playing pullbacks for day trading, here's kind of an example that I see right away. Right? So, for example, the SPY broke out of this little consolidation here. Right? You see it comes back to touch it pretty much exactly and then starts to move away. Right? So buy right here with a stop right there is a super tight trade to be able to make, this off of. That's kind of an example. Question about the AI. Does the AI only work from 9:30 to 4 p.m.? Yeah, so the AI is only trading intraday. It doesn't do any pre-market or after hours. We are working on swing trading solutions. No ETA on those yet. However, the other question is, it seems like it slows down in the afternoon, and that's because it does, not necessarily by design, but by the fact that there's no volume in the afternoon. If you talk to any pro trader out there, they say kind of the mornings and into the close are your best place to take trades. I'm a little bit weird in that case, that I like the more lower volume, slower stuff. But again, that's just me. But yeah, so the AI does most of its activity in the morning. You'll notice most days, most of its trading is done kind of from that 9:30 to 11:30 type of area. And that's just because that's where the action is. That's where the activity happens. There can be trades throughout the day. And there are some specific, there's an algo called Nooner, which does look for afternoon plays. There's an algo called Power Hour Long and Short. Those are last hour plays. But yeah, most times it'll happen in the morning. The other thing to note is that Holly Neo is actually designed to only trade that first hour or two of the day. Just Neo in particular won't trade anymore that day because it's looking for gappers. It's looking for things that are moving pretty dramatically off the open, kind of thing. Oh, okay, Calvin. I think I got your question there. So, if I've got you right, you're wondering about this here. So, I'm going to start ranting about it because there's a little bit of delay. If you're not talking about this, this is what I think you're talking about. So, no. Okay. Let me read again. In the order entry box. Oh, right on the main screen. This guy right here. Yeah, if you scroll, it adjusts prices. Okay. Yeah, I see you there. I'm just a little bit ahead of you. So, plus or minus? I don't see the plus or minus. You have it on market. Like that. Okay. Now scroll. I'm scrolling. Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you. So that's just the... that should just be the offset. we're in demo mode, so let's test. Let's go to Apple. Let's do one share, and let's just scroll down. So if I'm seeing this right, this will be an aggressive buy order. Or no. You may have just found a bug, actually. Is it actually going to, if I do this, is it going to set out a $2 buy order? Yeah, it is. So you found a small bug that I will report right now. I'll make a video of that, give that to the dev guys. So the long and short of it is nothing. It shouldn't do that. Now what it should do is if I click on example for 619, then when I scroll up, right, you see how it's changing the price. And then when I scroll down, you can see how it's changing the price. That's how it should be working. I think it's just, it's funny. It's been there forever. You're the first person that we've heard about it, but that's beautiful, and that's one of the reasons that we love to do this stuff. Is that's a small bug. I think you're the first one to see it, but we get to now squash it before anyone else gets to see it. So that's great. Oh, so that's Barry giving me the hook right there. So I am going to pop off. Again, this is 1 hour. We're here every day. I'm usually here on Wednesdays. If you want to hear me rant about other things, scroll up in the chat and I put all my stuff in there. I would soak up hours of your time if I could. Well, I've been doing that YouTube channel for 10 years, so there is way more than hours of content on there, that's for sure. So I'm going to take off, guys. Thanks, Calvin. I'm going to actually make a video and report this bug right away, and we'll get that squashed. And I will talk to you guys next time.
On the AQST, maybe. Okay, AQST. So it is back over. Okay, Michael, thank you. It is back over five. It was over 507. That was the magic. There's the 200-day moving average. The next area is 546 for AQST. And yes, I am in it. A little bit late, but I am in it. All right, and it's getting, in a little while I'm going to be doing my video. Metallurgical mania, yes. Now, of course, the thing to be wary about this one is that there was a reason for the drop. So yes, it is trying to come back, but there was a reason for this big drop 2 days ago. And for those of you in YouTube, well, some of you in YouTube may have this one, but the VSTO has worked out extremely well. In this one at 2018, 2019, sold a little bit right here at 2036, and I've just sold some up here at 2078. And again, it still has a little, well, it still has room. I mean, it's got a lot of room still. Boy, UNFI continue. Wow, look at this underneath 15 now. Well, I mean, I don't know where the support is. Let's take a look right there, 1471 on that weekly chart. That's the next low looking left on that weekly chart. Look at this. Look at this candle or the daily candle. Two of them. I don't know what's going on exactly. Well, obviously this is an earnings, just reaction to earnings, and no bueno. So, okay, now, are you in the United States or? I mean, I can't recommend. I mean, for $2,000, I mean, you're going to be, if you're a U.S. citizen, you'll be, hamstrung with the PDT. So I'm not sure how I can help you there. There may be other people that can help you, but I can't make any recommendations really. Cody Pop, guys. I mean, I hear people talk about, I can't even remember some offshore, but I certainly cannot make any recommendation. You have to, your country will dictate it. Okay? I mean, I can't tell you. Your country will dictate it whether or not you're subject to the, in Canada, we're not. Obviously in the US you are. I can't tell you. All right, guys, I am going to do my video now. It's 101. I'm going to do my video right now. I should be back earlier than 125. I always just say that just in case I have some technical issues. So, but before I do that, if you want to have access to the videos that I do every day, it'll be a fun one today. They're all fun. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, click on that link right there, and it'll bring you to right there. Watch the daily market recap videos. This is what I'm doing. They get sent out after probably about an hour or so after I do them. Well, I'm going to do my video, guys, but look at C-Tech. Look at C-Tech right here. I mean, it's got room. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute. And let me see. Make sure I do it correctly. Not that you know what, sometimes I figure, why don't I just let you guys, it's only in case I make a mistake and I have to start over and I may say a bad word. That's really the only reason. Otherwise, what difference does it make if you hear me going live? All right, guys, I am now back. Yeah, Sky, yeah, Sky. In fact, that is, I thought it was in my watch list. Yeah, it was before. It's not on my watch list now. No, I know why. It was my watch list here that day, but then the last 2 days kind of destroyed it. All right, so this is what kind of gets me interested then with the ASAN. So usually the only way I take an IPO the day of is after a couple of hours. I like to put in a high, and if it takes out that high later on, it's the only time that I might take an IPO the day of. So that's what I've done right there. Doesn't mean I'm absolutely going to do it if it happens, but I do want to be alerted to it if it takes out the high, which would be 29.79. So 30 might be the challenge to get through. And of course, I got out of the AQST basically flat. I was saying that there was still, for all the reasons that this happened, they're still valid, So I didn't really think we'd get a huge bounce. I thought at absolute best we'd get close to that high there, 540, but didn't even come close to it. So got a little bit of profit out of it, but not certainly not anything that great. This is the one I'm a little, well, I can't do anything about it, but I would like to take it on that initial 2 break. Got all the way up to 238, great percentage move. Well, you're right about the PDT rule. I mean, we really, yeah, I should clarify all that. I mean, that's if you want to use margin. Um, now, you're right. If you keep everything under $2,000, you don't use any margin at all. Yeah, but you do have to wait, was it 3 or 4 days when you sell something for it to reappear in your account. So I guess you're always going to be then. I mean, once you do that first 3 days, I mean, you're always going to be kind of rolling that, as I understand it. There you go. Friday open. So what do we? So okay, not terrible then. Just basically a day in between. Just need to get rid of that stupid rule. All right, AQST, I got him out of this trade, but let's take a look if it gets back over 518. It's a, let's see, 31 million in the float, so it's not excessive. It's not low, but it's not excessive. And I'm assuming PLTR still has not opened. I'm going to tease us right to the end of the day. All right, so this is a trick I guess you could use because I don't think it's going to show up on our Halts resumes. So I'm just going to put 5. I mean, it's supposed to open at 10, so I'm going to put an alert price of 5 for PLTR. And when that happens, my price alert screen should just pop right up. Indicated 950 to 1025 a share. That is the PLTR. Martin, are you still in the room? How many shares were issued for the ASAN? Anybody know? Well, if it opens at 10, it's then it's obviously over 5. As a price alert. I wasn't looking at it to go down to 5, so anything above 5, that should pop up. And I'm assuming it's going to open around 10, so. Yeah, because what will happen is there's my alert price at 5. So if the current price is above it, I should get the instant price alert. Okay, and all I'm looking for is just and so when I minimize this window, the window will pop up and I'll see it. $30 million, thank you, Chris. So the other one has like something like 237 million. So I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how it trades with 237 million. 257? Okay. Thought it was 230, but I had the 2 and had the 7. Until the day it doesn't, Chris. JKS. So what I want you to do tomorrow is when it drops early in the morning, and then at 10 o'clock you say it recovers, so you buy it tomorrow. Exactly. That's what we're talking. So that is what we were talking about. So this is starting to, it's actually shortable the next day after the IPO. It's one thing I've noticed about interactive brokers. IPO shorts are generally available very, very soon. Not the day of course, but sometimes the next day. Ah, look at C-Tech. I am upset. That was an expensive video. Though this would have, well, I would have taken some out up here for sure. Probably could have got back in. You know, that's my fault. I could have got back in. Or not back in. I could have got in for the first time. Low float, 9 million in the float. Yeah, you're welcome. You know, maybe keep an eye on this EQT. I mean, this came on the short side, 1261. Obviously, it did not keep going down over the whole number. The high of yesterday was 1379. How well does it pace over 13? And not only that, though, does it get some volume? So if it bases nicely and it gets some volume, like imagine that, that could get it running again a little bit, maybe getting, closer to 1380. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. This has, I mean, I don't know enough about. I've seen this stock before, but PLJ, I mean, it's done nothing. All right. Okay. Thank you, phone. Thank you. Thank you. Are you talking? You want to ask me a question? I can just. You're talking about asking me a private question. Okay, I've just started a live chat with you. Okay, you should see a box that popped up. If you're talking about me, you can't private chat anybody else. But I hope it's not financial in nature. You know, I hope you're not. Just don't be asking me. Well, I've got X number of dollars. What should I do? You know, I'm not a financial advisor. But if you see the pop up, just ask your question. So, and Martin, do you see it, or are you just typing now? If not, I'll have to go back into the room. Yeah, well, so much for that little downturn. Now we've got a couple of green candles, so this looks like it's going to continue. All right, I don't see a post from you, so I'm going to assume you either can't see it or I have to get back into the room. Well, actually, guys, this CD isn't too bad now. Look at the CD. This is an IPO, and I have to refresh my memory. What was the IPO price? 1350. So 1350. So this is actually not too bad. This is pretty steady. This is Chin Data, Morgan Stanley and Citigroup, or the lead underwriters. Well, I'm not in the Visto anymore, but it still looks interesting. Okay, well, take a look. I've just started again a private chat. You should see somewhere where it says, like, something should be popping up or you're getting a little message. I'm trying to private chat with you. I think also if you click on my name, you can start a private chat. No, no, you can't. No, you can't. That's right. That is disabled. The reason being I could have too many. Now, I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is what I see in my end, okay? Yeah, I'm afraid if you can't see it, I have to get back into the room. There's the developer had said that he wants to fix this, but I can't. I can only see that. I can't see anything else that's happening. So aha, I'm sorry. There it is. So you see how that worked? I put the $5 price alert, and there it is, PLTR. So the second it opened. So that's what you can do also, guys. I mean, you can put you could put a price alert of $1 on every IPO that that is upcoming the day of. Just put a price alert of $1, and the minute it happens, and just minimize your price alert window, and the minute it happens, it'll pop up. Look at the volume. Might trade the float today. What, 267 million, right? I don't know if that's the float, but that is the number. I don't know exactly what the float would be. Now, this is interesting. Maybe because of the nature of it, there are actually shorts available. Not that I'm looking to short it, but there are shorts available at IB based on the nature of this type of an IPO. I don't think there were shorts available for ASAN. No, but there are. Sorry, Ann Martin, I don't know how to help you. If you can't see that pop up for to have a private chat with me, I just don't know how I can help you. All right, we've got a little mini surge for the PLTR. All right, so wondering, well, why didn't this show up? This has to be a new high. What's happening here? Oh, we're on plus positive for the day. So EPAC, yeah, it's a new high for the day, but it's still negative. All right, well, new high. If we can believe that little spike up to $11 right there. So there's a new high now for PLTR. I mean, the stock was really lots and lots and lots of people were wondering how this would do. Okay, what I have to do, it's one of the quirks sometimes of these IPOs. With our intraday, so some of the charts, they don't update. Hmm. All right, that should do it. All right, this PLTR, guys, I am interested in it. The longer, because I mean, it just has so much attention. Takes out this 1137 at some point. I may take a little bit of this. I be more like an intraday trade. I'm not saying you guys should do it, but whoa! Look at Atra. Atra, look at this candle right here. I'm sure there's going to be some. No, it's a 1330. No, it looks worse than it is because it's a two, but still, what a 1329 down to 1220. So it's a dollar drop like that. Into the 200-day moving average, 1236. 1236. Looks like that is trying to hold, but something. Pretty good volume. I mean, there's the big volume bar of the day in the 15. This is the second one. What time is it? Wow, this has 12 minutes to close, so who knows? I just can't get around the fact that you're playing bounces too, William. No volume, as in you guys can't hear me? That's not what you mean, right? Look at this. Look at this one. Oh, I see what you mean. You mean no volume on that down. Well, there was some volume. I mean, right there. I mean, on the 15-minute chart. I mean, there is. I mean, there's volume. I mean, it's the second biggest one of the day. I think he meant there was no volume on that downturn. I think that's what he meant. Because that's what I thought too. But, you know, look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the 5 even. I mean, that's volume for sure. Oh, there's the high now. PLTR. Yeah. All right, so I have my alert for Asana or ASAN at the high of the day, just underneath 30. See if it takes that out later on in the day. Okay, what I'd love to see happen with this one is for it to settle down just a little bit. PLTR, settle down just a little bit. And then later on, take out that high. And at that point, I may take that trade. It is now not shortable, so the shorts have been snapped up. There were only 8,000 that I saw, so at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, give me a moment as I change headsets. All right, I'm back. Yeah, as far as I don't play I don't play earnings at all. Okay, I let the earnings happen. And so, if you're asking me any thoughts, do I think it's going to be good or bad? I have no idea. I never ever take a stock ahead of earnings. You know, let the earnings, for me, I let the earnings happen and then see what happens the next few days after, and then certainly the next day after. But I don't try to guess. I don't care what I read. You know, what anybody is saying, oh, they're going to blow out earnings, etc., etc. They might, but I just don't play earnings plays like that. If that's what you mean, what do I think is going to happen? I have no idea. Man, Visto looks like it could take out 21. I'm sorry, 22. No, 21. So you're going to wait for it to get down to 1050. Like, hope it gets down to 1050. All right. One more time, in Martin. I've just tried to set up that little private chat box one more time. I don't know if you're still listening. Martin, it may not happen. Getting down to 1050. Yeah, that S is just tanking here. Look at this. That's actually a green bar ignored. In fact, a great green bar ignored right there with that topping tail. Boy, this has no real support. 887. Look at that weekly chart. I don't know what's happening with SSS, but I think we know it's a month before the election, yes. Oh, you might get your wish, William Martin. Well, he already is. He just said he was. He's in 1125 average. Oh, David, that's a pretty general question. I mean, I don't have a simple trading plan. No, I mean, everybody has a different way of trading. I mean, I'm a momentum trader, liking to see stocks making new highs or new lows, coming from a pattern. Always then looking if they've made that new high or new low. Do I think it's way too extended? If not, then I take a look at the daily, weekly, and monthly to see if it still has some room. I mean, that's that it's very for me. It's fairly simple. I don't play very many pullbacks or. But somebody else might have something more. Wow, look at SSS. I mean, all these windows you see here. I mean, they're all stocks. Excuse me, either getting beaten up, or making new highs. So that may not be this type of trades or style of trading that you want. If you're new, so are you when you say you're new to TI, are you new to trading? Because it's almost like two questions. I mean, I can give you there's a great little short video, not video, but text based short lessons that I can give to you. Okay, well then here. This is what I would do. You're new to TI. Take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay? And these are just text-based, very, very simple. What is it like? Well, go 1 to 20. But what is a top list? What is an alert window? Single stock window, custom layouts, things like that. I would take the time to go through them. At least then you'll at least have an idea about what you can do within trade ideas. And then at that point, hopefully you can develop the types of scans that you like for your own trading style. So if you're pretty experienced, then that should really help you. Well, it only helps in this fashion. You can see my screen, right? Okay, so if you right click configure. I'm going to do a search on options. This is and only you'll be able to tell me if this is going to help you. I know there are people who play options that I think use this filter right there, but let me just go over them quickly. There's some obvious ones, the put-call ratio. Options volume, that is the average over the last 10 days, number of contracts. This is obviously the option volume today. Put volume and call volume, okay? So these are, other than this one, which is the average over the last 10 days, this is kind of the key metric right there, the options volume today percent. If I add that filter and I put, for instance, 200 in here. So what that means is if a stock over the last 10 days has averaged a total of 2,000 contracts, for you to see that stock today, it'll have to do 4,000, 200%. It'll have to do 4,000 contracts. Okay? So it's zero. It at least what it does is it gets you zeroed in on stocks that are having abnormal option activity for the day. Now, if that helps you trade the underlying option, great. I don't trade options, but at least it can show you stocks that are having abnormal option trading days. Okay? And one quick way to find out what we have, I mean, a lot, people will ask us, do you have RSI, do you have MACD, do you have CCI, do you have Ichimoku, all those sorts of things. If you go to an alert window, configure, and then right click on an alert window, configure, and then just type in search, or type in the search box, type whatever it is, RSI. Oops, you're going to type it. What do we have for RSI? This is what we have for RSI. What do we have for a MACD? That's what we have for a MACD. This is what we have for stochastics. Okay, I mean, it's just a matter of typing it in. If I type in Ichimoku, I can tell you right now off the bat, we don't have it. So how do I come up with my watch list? So what will happen once the market closes? And today was not a great day. I've had, I would say, certainly the last week to 2 weeks, I've had some great days on the watch list. Today was a really kind of a nothing day. But how I create it is this. So what you see here are the stocks that have been alerted from the watch list. The watch list is actually made up of probably, without eyeballing it, probably about 25 to 30 stocks. These are the ones that triggered from it. They triggered because they met certain filter requirements. One of the filter requirements is that the stock has to be above yesterday's high, has to be a certain minimum volume, minimum relative volume, things like that. And then the stock has to make a new high also. Okay, so based on those filter requirements, these ones, and Unfi actually was a fantastic short, 1604, but all the way down to 1486. But that's why these stocks made it out of the watch list. Well, I think he's talking within trade ideas, though. But we'll see. So what I'll do now is at the end, once the market closes, I will look at my watch list, my big watch list that has 30 odd stocks in it. I'll go through each stock one by one, and I'll look and I'll check to see, okay, do I still think it has room on the daily, weekly, or monthly chart? So for instance, here's one that did not make it out of the watch list today because the relative volume is low. The relative volume has to be at least 1. So it didn't make it out of the watch list today, but you can see that it'll probably keep it on the watch list just in case it can, tomorrow, who knows, maybe it gaps up over this area. If it gaps up over this area, then look left, it's got lots of room, okay? So that's why, a stock can make my watch list. So I go through each one of the stocks that I have on my current watch list, and I'll make a determination which ones I think should be carried over tomorrow. Then I have about 10 other scans that I look at. and I go through the same kind of exercise, clicking on alert after, or symbol after symbol after symbol, and making a determination. Do I think that it has room? So a lot of the things on my watch list can be multi-day holds. If this had broken, then you could say to yourself, well, it's got room to 15, and I'd say it closed at 13. So they can be used, some of them can be used in both fashions, intraday trading, or you could hold them. So that's basically it. And to access my watch list, you click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Watch List. Now everything in here is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time if you do want to follow along my watch list. Well, it comes from a top list. And then there's a symbol list. So the symbols are all put into a symbol list. And then I attach that symbol list. It's called Best WL right now. That's the symbol list. So the symbol list is attached to this alert window. And again, if the filter criteria are met, then that's why we get an alert. So I actually, to read your question again, no. It's got I have top lists that I use to scan for stocks after hours that could make it into the watch list or the symbol list that then will get attached to these alert windows. And that's my secret sauce. So yeah, people ask, how, can I have the scans that I use? And the answer is no. I share a lot of scans. Here are all the scans that I share. And up here in the room drive icons, scans that I share, download. I'll go to a Word document so you can take a look at them all later on. All right, guys. So the one link I'm going to put in my homepage link again. You just briefly go over it. Because today is Wednesday, and this is my long day. I attend the help out in the Q&A webinar today. Q&A is with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. So if you do click on my link, there is a subscription link, there's the promo code, but also right here for the daily webinars, click here and scroll down until you see daily webinars, and you can sign up for them right there. They're all free. And they're all at 5 o'clock Eastern time. Yeah, Disney with all those layoffs. And And yeah, didn't really, did it? Very choppy, but well, this one's having a nice little recovery day. EPAC, I mean, it's still down 6%, but it is definitely having a nice little recovery day. It was an earnings play, September 30th, pre-market, so it released earnings pre-market. Didn't really see it. I don't think it had that much volume in the pre-market. Boy, it is coming back though. Look, nice, some nice moves. And a halt. Now this is halted because, excuse me, this one is halted because of news. SLNO halted because of news. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, you're making me look. OBLG. All right, well, good luck. All right, well, I'll have to start paying more attention to these bounces then. I do see it that it did bounce. We may not have exactly the same channel, but I'm seeing it coming into the bottom of a channel that I'm looking at and bounced off it. I just haven't really, and it was right at literally at $11, so. Let's see, where are they stacking up? SLNO, not, yeah, nothing. Not even listed. That might be because it's a news halt. Next time we get a news halt. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, nothing actually. Now I'm seeing 216, 217, so actually nothing. That's where it's. Which seems reasonable. You see, unless the news is leaked, unless the news is out there, then you really, I mean, listen, if you saw a big jump, that means that somebody knows something that they shouldn't when you think about it. On a volatility halt, I mean, listen, that's just speculation, but, well, it's all speculation, of course, but on a news halt, don't know. We don't know. It doesn't say. That's why we have to wait for the news. At this point, it doesn't say. It says halted, news is pending. Yeah, I would say for a small one. So again, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, halted on code news pending. So it just doesn't. Wow, ENLV, look at this move on the daily. It doesn't trade very much. I mean, that's, look at the volume here compared to the rest of them. It's still only 353,000 shares, so it doesn't trade very much. Boy, this is, this is ripping here. So what's the high right there? Looks like it's the same high. If we can break that, looking left, 642 or so. I mean, unfortunately, we're kind of in chase mode here. All right, let's see what they see if this sort of juices the stock a little bit. Okay, how does the chat room work? Well, first thing, we call this a trading room. That's okay. Well, you're in it. I mean, we have very few rules. You're in the off topic, which is great for that post. I have a stocks only tab. Self-explanatory, I hope. If you're going to talk about a specific stock, that's where you want to go. Tech support can be, I mean, it depends what it is. If I can help, I will. If not, I'll direct you to our real tech support, back to the home page. And if you're into swing trading, you can start, it hasn't been very active the last little while, but if you're into swing trading, you can start putting some ideas in there. We don't talk about how much we make. We don't talk about how many shares we buy. And other than that, I mean, that's it. We're a very polite group, civil. And welcome, though. Welcome, Joshua. Are you new to trade ideas also, or just to the to the trading room? Or do you have trade ideas? So when you say you're a first-time user, so you're new to trade ideas? Okay, so I'm going to give you a link. I'm going to put it in the off topic. Give me a second here. Just have to find it. 20 short lessons, okay? All right, well, this is for you guys. I mean, if you're new to trade ideas, I really, really recommend that you take a look at the 20 short lessons. They're just text-based, how to create alert windows and top list windows, multi-strategy windows, things like that. All of the basic features that, I mean, if you don't know how to do it, you don't know how to do it. So it can seem very complex. Yeah, the little red candle now in the SPY here, guys. Not a little one, but a big one. The other thing is, I'll put my homepage link on again. No, that was a mistake. No, that was a mistake, Calvin. So, if you click on my link, excuse me, you can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens. Market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily recap you can click on, and also all the webinars and other training. You can click on that link. There's the 20 lessons. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock. You can sign up for them right here. Today's webinar is the one that I help out on. And further down, more educational videos. Okay, so on my link, on my homepage link, there's a lot of information. The other thing is I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you're a first-time user, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Probably the easiest thing to do, click on the room drive icon and scans that I share, download. So when you do that, it's going to take you to a Word document and all the links will be there. They're all named, all the scans are named, so you might see something that you like or want to take a look at. If you click on one or copy one of the links, this is what I'm talking about here. So it'll look like this. So if you copy, just control, just normal copy. When you do that, and then you file load from cloud, that link will appear in here. in that box, and then you just click on load, and now it's on your screen. And what I would recommend, sizing these windows. And what I would recommend is that if you have something on your screen, you can create your own, of course, or you can take a look at the ones that I'm sharing. If you like it, right click, save or share to cloud, and then save. All right, so it's in your cloud. And so it'll always be there. Even if you stop subscription to Trade Ideas, you come back 5 years from now, as long as you use the same email address to sign up, everything will still be there for you. Of course, you can take one of my scans, take a look at it. All you have to do is right click, configure, and then summary. And you can see the filters that I'm using. And you may have a different idea. You may want to look at stocks in a different price range. I've got 1 to 20. You might like, 20 to 50. So you just click on the icon and you can make the change. You can add a filter. Once you've done that, then save your work. Just right click again, save, save. All right, guys, I am just looking at some of the thumbnail charts I have on my other monitor, see if there's anything kind of interesting. I have a feeling if this PLTR takes out 11, it could get rocking again for a bit. So I'm going to stick an alert there. And this is an IPO, but the new breed of IPO, foregoing the investment analysts and all the big brokerages, and going a direct-to-market IPO. This other one, this is doing really well. This CD is another IPO today. Traditional IPO, 1350. I mean, this is a nice IPO and fair. Look at this, and not one red candle. Some topping tails and bottoming tails, but not one red candle. Got to get to the 5-minute chart. Just a little pullback there. They had shorts earlier, but they only had about 8,000 shorts. Well, that's a beautiful bounce. Well, the good news, real, is that I don't know how many. I know you said six, but it was appearing on mine also, hitting whatever line that is. So that's all I care about. I know that's very clear, isn't it? Well, I just have this feeling that some of the scripts in TradingView. I mean, there's so many different variations. So all I'm really doing is when you're saying something is 6 cent, and I'm looking, I'm going, okay, it's at the bottom of my channel too, even though I don't have it listed as 6. I mean, to me, the bottom line is well, as long as it's giving me that channel break, who cares what it's called or how it is? I know that's even clearer. I can't. I don't know why CD isn't. It's IPO today, Manju. It's an IPO today. All right, guys. So I'll put this announcement in right now. I'm shutting the room down at 3 o'clock. So if you have any questions between now and then, please ask away. This is getting maybe interesting for a short EPAC. I mean, it keeps making new highs here, but it is still down for the day. It's still down $1, down 5%. It is an earnings play. Let's see if it really struggles to get through 19. Or more importantly, it gets close to one of those channels. Oh my goodness, OMP. I'm not in this anymore, but man, what a drop. Bankruptcy news. Okay, well, Visto finally, well, for a while now. I mean, obviously I'm not in this anymore, but Finally had a higher up there, and well, a bit of pop though, and now it's starting to drop. Market is putting in maybe the second, only the second on the 15-minute chart in a row red bar, maybe. Still has 6 minutes to close, a little less than 6 minutes to close. Okay, guys, we're starting to put in a couple of red bars now. See what's happening with this market. Stimulus holdup, okay. WMB on the way down. However, look at this, 1969, the 200-day, right there, but just about a dime above it. Will it hold it? All right, so NKTR finally made it into the watch list. At what time? 2-4. It just made it in. The reason it didn't hit earlier is because the relative volume was probably less than 1. It's over 1 now. This was, again, I had this one on a short bias. And you can see why. I mean, back this weekly chart up, and let's just see. You know, it has some room to move downwards. Yeah, I would say that auto stops, auto buys, or whatever you want to call it, not totally managing. I'm not talking about auto trading so much. But if you're just a person that cannot obey your stops, as an example, you just can't do it, you know. So yes, I mean you could put an auto stop in and just let the system take you out of a trade. And I'm not just talking about UJB, of course. I'm talking just in general. Some people just have a really tough time obeying their stops. They cannot believe they got the trade wrong. Everything was set up perfectly. And it's not working. So you just, I mean, that is actually what real is talking about. The more mechanical and structured the process is, the better you'll do. So even though you may not mechanically let the system take you out of a stop, but if you can consistently take yourself out of the trades when it hits your stop, you know, then you're not, and just don't second, then you're not second guessing yourself about your stops. Now listen, if every trade you get into you get taken out, well that's another issue. I mean, you know, maybe your setup, so you're gonna have to find a different type of a setup. It may not even be the stops are too tight. It's just the setup stinks. You know. I mean, I can use the example for me today. On the unfree trade at the very, very beginning of the day. And also the Visto trade. You know, I got stopped out. I tried to short this one early, got in at 15.90, got stopped out at 15.96. I said, you know, I didn't like the way it was trading. I knew I was going to get stopped out at 16, but I just didn't like the way it was trading. So I took myself out a little bit earlier. But I would never have said, maybe 16 wasn't right. Maybe 16.10 should be the stop. You know, I never in a million years would have done that. And then I turned around and reshorted it, and it turned out to be wonderful. Same with the Visto. The Visto VSTO turned out, you know, I wanted to go long, but then it seemed to turn into a short. Got into the short, got out, didn't work, and then turned into a beautiful long. Look at snow, okay. Oh, snowflake, right, right. Forgot, you know, I forgot about this one. Somebody said the stimulus bill is not passed, or I don't know. I mean, that's what somebody said. Here's another one on the way down. CVET. But look at the bounce. Look at the bounce on that one. All right, so they do announce updated top line results from. Yeah, but it doesn't say what the results are. They just say they announced the updated top line results from the phase 3 trial. Expected, yeah, you're right. Expecting to open at 3 p.m. But it doesn't say what those results are. Boy, Vista really took a plunge. Or Vista Outdoor really took a plunge from that high. Give me a moment, please. I am on mute. Doggone it. So I was just going over, I mean, there's a trend reversal. I'm not saying these are going to show absolutely great. You know, these are stocks that are trying to come off the bottom, maybe recovering. What I was saying, though, is that there are so many, like the last few weeks, you know, lots of topping tails, bottoming tails on daily charts. So, I mean, I'm certainly not a great swing trader, and I wouldn't not necessarily know where to steer you. But you can take a look at that one, and you might see a chart that's a little cleaner looking, that has room when you look, you know, on the daily, monthly, and weekly. The other thing to do is, you know, take, I don't even know how this one is doing, EMEN. You know, this is the trade of the week. I don't know. It's 77, I guess, was the trigger. Nothing spectacular yet. You too, real. But you can see it was picked for the trade of the week because if it can break out of here, you know, it has a shot to get up to the 85 mark. You too, Thomas. Well, guys, EPAC did what I was hoping it would do. Not that hope is a trading strategy, but oh yes. All right, guys. So because this is my long day, I help out on the webinar at 5 o'clock. Let me just shut it down now. Unless there are some questions, I will stick around if there are questions. Otherwise, I will shut it down. But listen, if you have questions, ask away. All right, I do not see any questions. Okay, guys. Oh, SLNO just opened to a dull roar. Oh, okay. Now, oh, I'm sorry. You see, what happened is I thought that was, but it's still halted. Now it's halted because of extraordinary events, not just news. Wow, OMP. Yeah, but I'll be back. You understand that when the market, yeah, when I leave you guys, then that's when I take a little bit of a break. Sometimes I trade on my own. And then at 1 o'clock my time, that's when I start doing all my scanning for the watch list tomorrow. That can take, I don't know, an hour or so. So my day isn't done. And then, of course, today I've got the webinar at 3 o'clock my time or 2 o'clock my time. Anyway, okay, I do not see any other questions. So I think I'll shut this down now. Thanks a lot for all the help, everybody. And I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.